Awooga. Woman alert. Woman alert. Woman alert. A whole afternoon, bees. It's the evening. What are we talking about? Hi, I'm Chris. I'm hosting the stream today. It's my first time, and please take it easy on me. I'm new to this whole Justin.tv thing. I would like to say hello first off to No and Zero and Robo Lorekeeper and Cliff and V-Rider, and Logos, and Chris Muse, and Mischievous Turtle and Long was here, and Ark, and Timu Kananen, and Tonbot, and, wow, y'all were talking. Ben Walters. An army of bees, even. 6 p.m. is literally the evening. It is, in fact, when the evening begins. The afternoon ends at 5:59 and 59 seconds plus 1 second. I don't know who Smashdown is. That wasn't in G1. But hello. It is the evening in North America. I'm going to open some toys today. That's all I'm doing. Just a couple toys. I have more than a couple toys. I have 4 toys that I haven't opened, but I'm only doing 2 today. One of these I purchased several days before TFcon Toronto. That is how patient I am. Graham, it is in fact the evening over there too. It's smash down on that like button, indeed. Woo boy. I said last weekend, like, dang, I got to stream through the week this coming week, and then I got busy. So I was like, I want to stream tonight because I want to stop tripping over the unopened toys that are in a haphazard stack at a corridor that I keep moving through. Hello, Mosatron. How about closing toys? Listen, I'm not a closer. That's someone else's job. You haven't yet. Oh yeah. I still gotta pester my friend who actually did the ordering of the toy, and mentioned that it would be a good idea to hit them replacement requests. But yeah, whew. I was getting warmed up earlier. Tomorrow I'm gonna be on D20 Live. We're doing a TTRPG. I know. But it's my first time joining a game of Worldwide Wrestling, where I will be portraying Salary Mankind, which is a character I invented all by myself. And my understanding of that system is it is all about coming up with kooky ideas and whatnot. So that should be interesting. That's going to be tomorrow at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern on the D20 Live Twitch and YouTube if you want to watch that. That's basically almost exclusively where I have ever played TTRPGs, is on public streams with D20 Live. But my concept for Salary Mankind is he's wearing a business suit, right? But his tie, because, you know, he's going to be fighting, so his tie is like physically stapled to his chest so it won't flap around. And parts of his, you know, business attire are just stapled to his body so it'll stay on. And his mask is like a duotang. We all know what those are, right? But then, you know, the little like splitty metal things? One of those is laced through his ear and the other one is laced through his jaw. And then the rest of the duotang, the covers had like eye holes, a nose hole, and a mouth hole all cut out. And then the rest of it's just like stapled to his head. But he is the 9-to-5 nihilist, Salary Mankind, a heel whose character is that we are all nothing more than cogs in the machine, and anyone who thinks they're more important than that will have those aspirations and hubris removed from them on the clock. Salary Mankind is a solo operator. I'm also... This is the concept I just thought of today when I went out to get myself a sandwich. I was like, he's going to carry a briefcase. Just nondescript briefcase, but if anyone ever tries to pick it up, it'll weigh approximately 60 pounds. And if they open it, it's just going to have like... It's going to have like just a big juice box full of mercury inside, like liquid mercury. Anyway, it was also mentioned, it is a new month. So we got a new code. It's for the month of August in the year 2025. If you are purchasing stickers from, say, Toy Hacks, we got a code that gives you 15% off and feeds my machine. The code is Vanjubilee, because I looked up other birthday words, and that is one of them. Yeah, Vanjubilee. As portrayed, you might remember Vanjubilee from when I hosted the Big Comfy Couch. In my my alternate identity of television's Allison Court. What are we talking about? We're talking about the 9-to-5 nihilist, Salary Mankind, famous wrestler. Will Salary Mankind survive a 30-foot drop? Salary Mankind could survive a 50-foot drop, as long as it's on the clock. I can't really talk about the contents of my couch, like that is a very long time ago. I have a Vangerine. I've never had a Vangerine. They don't make those in Canada, which is kind of messed up because I live here. But as some of you may have guessed from the thumbnail, I am also here to open up a figure, and this figure I have... So I was out and about at the Dufferin Mall, and I went to a GameStop there, and then I finally saw, for the first time in my entire life, after canceling the pre-order that never fulfilled, I canceled the long-dead Megatronus pre-order and the Solus Prime pre-order to funnel their $10 collectively down payment into Bone Crusher when he actually showed up. Oh, we're way off center. Get back over here. There we go. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. I saw exactly one of her at the Dufferin GameStop, and I was like, finally. I purchased it with my GameStop Platinum discount. And then I went to another GameStop the next day with Non-F and saw 3 of these. And there are, I think, now 4 of these at the GameStop, the flagship GameStop, now EB Games, across from the Eaton Center. So now she's everywhere. It's not special at all what I did, but I don't care. Because I finally get to friggin' finally see what this figure is like. I've still never seen a Megatronus, aside from the one I saw the day I went to pick up my pre-order and then discovered that my GameStop no longer existed and my pre-order proceeded to evaporate into dust. So I've still never seen a Megatronus while thinking that I needed to purchase one. I found out apparently Toy Snowman in Montreal got in Studio Series 86 Megatrons and sold out of them immediately. But I did not know that Toy Snowman got Transformers. I only thought of them as the Canadian Mythic Legion spot. So, I know everyone's going to be like, so why this and not Onyx Prime, for instance? Because I didn't order one in from friggin' where I want my discount. I want to save almost taxes. But I would also like a Megatronus with almost taxes removed. At this point, I'll just be happy if I can find one for retail when I also have the $80-some to spend on it. Neither of those things have taken place. I went to look on Amazon.ca and he is just gone. So that was a little bit like diminishing. There's still stuff on there that's sticking around, but I was like, I want to finish the family. Oh, Tombot, why wouldn't you? Is this gatekeeping? Anyway, no gate's gonna keep me away from Robot Woman with Hammer because, as we all know, this window ain't nothing. This window's like a half-baked glizzy on a bad air quality day. We're just gonna make our way through. That's Craftsman Toys nose cone in the background. Yes, someone notices him every single stream. I guess I should do a video someday. He just kind of hangs out there because he's little. I've had him for a while. But he's pretty solid. I'm not sure when I will order the other ones. Because, like, I TFcon'd instead. But, no gate gets in the way of these hands! Unfortunately, Sentinel Prime's the only one where the window's shattered. The rest of these, it just seems to be like, I separate the glue and then I can do the old goatsy pull. Still gets me my figure, but it's not as satisfying as the first time we encountered one of these. And I was able to, like, put the hole through the window. That was a good time. It was a wholesome time. What happened to this country? What's this? Oh, I thought it was a piece of window for a second. It's just a piece of tape. Just a piece of tape. It's not as cut your hand as it should. Well, that's the thing. How's it supposed to dissuade thieves if I can just sit there punching it until it falls out and I don't have, unless I miss. Oh wait, no, I do have a. Ooh. It's not bleeding, but I have a little scuff on my knuckle. Hey. Respect, Hasbro. Respect. You, almost drew some blood. But yeah, the Craftsman Toys Computron stuff, I only have the one. But I think that their approach is absolutely the kind of thing I like, because all the extra combiner parts turn into things, which is all I want. when I saw from a recent couple of Hasbro sound bites out of SDCC that there were you know some sort of a funny bit, but there were apparently conversations of like, hey, if we did a Predaking in the current style, could we just get the quote unquote skeleton parts to turn into another beast? And I was like, hell yeah, you do, because that's my kind of stuff. What's one of the best things Kang Toys ever did? Have the hands turn into crabs, right? So you do me some more bits that turn into things, and my head cannon starts firing off like a machine blaster. Will we see a TFcon haul? I mean, there ain't that much to see. I got a couple photos I could put, because I've already used some of the stickers I bought. But I think I have still photos of things, but I didn't really get much, because I didn't have much money. That's been the unfortunate story of some TFcons of late, is I kind of get there and I'm like, well, I'm kind of hanging out. What should Predaking's skeleton turn into? It should just turn into a beast of some kind. Or a zoo, but I think a beast is way more fun. I don't know, how many quadrupeds are there? What, or they could do like the six-legged mammoth of Power Rangers fame. Yeah, or a goat. I would, you know, there's no beast that would make me go like, not that one. You know, they do a penguin, I'm down. You know, like give me a whatever. Turn into a cart for Torok's tantrum to pull. I would be okay with that. Like, I don't mind. I still haven't, by the way. I don't have one. I've never seen one still. But what they did for the Devastator pelvis, like just turning into a wheeled thing that, like, you know, can get tugged around. I'm down with that. It's turning into a something. But no, my TFcon haul outside of Artist Alley was well, I'll tell you afterwards, because otherwise I'm going to spoil some stuff. But it was basically, I think, like 4 toys. Yeah, it's 4 toys. And then connecting to do the pickup on the Omega Prime. And then some Artist Alley stuff. Why would Hasbro do something Power Rangers related? It doesn't seem like their thing. True. It would be very left field. I'm just messing around with Solus right now to kind of get you know, I now that she's been out long enough and I've seen, like, you know, many opinions about her, I'm mostly seeing, like, how's the hand feel doing? How are all the mysterious parts that people find fall off or whatever? Depending on their copy. Mine feels fine. Maybe because she's from whatever shipment came to EB Games this past month. Maybe in Canada, much like with Ape Face from way back, maybe we just got good ones. I don't know. Gotta hit her with the pen to know for sure. I'm trying to figure out a way to do this penlessly, because, you know, my hubris is starting to go. I'm gonna no instructions. I think we put this here. That's actually not going in the way that I thought it was gonna go in. I think we put this here. All right, it's just it was a little tight. That's all. What's this bit? Oh, it's a peg. And then what do we do here? We stick this down. I did it. I put the Forge of Solus Prime together all by myself. We're watching a master at work. Thank you. You know, it's easy to go unappreciated in one's lifetime. Alright, so far so good. With hammer in hand. Oh, this is dead easy. Perfect toy. Perfect toy. Super simple. Long was here. We just did it. We just did it. Or I'll even go higher. Hammer up. enough light? Here, let's stick this. That's a bit better. Yeah, there's definitely, like, parts on here that, like, feel strange to move in the specific way they are moving. Engage the butterfly joint for the better dab. Oh, that. Yeah, I saw that coming out of the package. That's true. We could go, like, full-on, like, just facing your own elbow. Dab Hammer's my favorite miniatures war game. I like Dab Hammer 30K because the backstory's more interesting at that point. Grenade. She's very shruggy. What's the deal? Are you picking up Sissabubum Bumblebee What 2.0? Someday, I hope so. Tom! Hi! It's going all right. Hello, fellow YouTube user, Weird Video Games. What's the deal with Prime Artifacts? Can't help but notice only one of us seems to have a matrix. Yeah, get out, get out, get out. Alright, I'm going to try to turn her into a space truck. And I'm aware that this is where some of the stated thing... what is it? It's these parts tend to fall off for folks. So we'll see if mine do. You have 2 kids now. I guess, like, what is it? You're supposed to have, like, one to help the other one socialize while you're not at home, or is that birds? But no, that rules. How was your day? It was all right. I've been having what do you call it? Funky brains since TFcon. Nobody's fault really, other than my own neuroses. But it's very annoying because I feel it's a waste of my time to be unhappy. So I'm trying to expedite that stuff to move along. Are you planning on collecting all 13? Oh, I would like to. But, you know, okay, I see what people mean. I'd like to, because I think the primes are the most interesting thing happening in the line right now. But I'm not in a rush either, because I want to do it in a way where I find it enjoyable. So I don't know when I would pick up Star Optimus Prime TM. But he sure does look cool. Aren't we all birds in one way or another? So true, Mischievous Turtle. The thing is, right? More than one of you are calling out the "or are those birds," but, like, you also know exactly what I mean. So really, who is the villain here? Chris, no, that's pretty accurate. We had a second one, so Lily had someone to play with, etc. You see, I'm right. You're all like this friggin' what's up with this internet streamer ass gabbing talk about whatever. What's a child stuff? I'm right. Oh, you've heard the bird thing too. Okay, yeah. These don't go in. Did you just gaslight me retroactively? Look, some of us are just born talented. You know, some of us were simply born carpenters. But no, I would like the other Volkswagen Bumblebee because he looks neat. I liked the first one too, just like, you know, knowing that it is very much like off of an unfinished version of the design compared to whatever was in the film. I still thought it was neat. It's just like, yeah, this isn't really what he looks like. I'm going to move this up a little bit because I keep going right off. There we go. Did you see the Blockies Devastator kits coming to the West? I didn't keep up with it too much, but I was like 100% certain it would. Because the moment someone said that they were told it was a licensing issue, I was like, okay, well that's just like Blockies having a billion licenses for a billion different, what do you call them, territories. So I was I think I said as much somewhere. I was extremely certain that that thing would just come out anyway. Like I would have been very surprised if it didn't come out. But it's good to hear that they got their mush all sorted out, because that is part of the necessary process for that thing to come out. What a weird way for me to put that. It is a good thing. The necessary process was adequately fulfilled for its release to culminate. I am a perfectly normal human being. Are these repros of G1 Transformers? Oh no, these are just new Transformers. There is currently a line that is still technically brand new toys, but the goal, it's a line that's you can only really get, it's out of Japan, so you have to order it online. You can order it online directly from Hasbro. It's called Missing Link, where they are sort of remaking G1 toys with the gimmick that they're adding full articulation to them, which gives them an interesting, you know, kind of art toy vibe. But this is just more new Transformers. They just make new Transformers all the time. The original G1 toy is probably really sought after and expensive. It depends. There are a number of them that have been reissued enough times where you'd mostly be trying to find like them in package to know that they are not reissues. There are also some where they're primarily valuable because they self-destruct now. But it really depends on like what brings you joy. I have a whole panel series about this. It kind of just depends what brings you joy as a collector, like whether you actually like old toys or not. Ever since the early 2000s, I had realized I don't actually like adore pursuing old Transformers toys because they're old, because I found I've like the newer figures I just find more interesting. I think there are very academic reasons to still pursue and have a good time with some older Transformers figures, or it just might be one's taste. I am a bit more of a like show me new stuff though kind of person. Except like, you know, something like Missing Link, I do find very interesting because it is basically new toys, and there is a very, in my opinion, a very like heavy art toy tone to stuff like that. First introduced by Masters of the Universe Origins some years back. Is this a moving piece? That's a moving piece. Hello. And yeah, you can also just get some like if you know what to look for, or if you have like, you know, the right parts already, you can get some G1 toys for, you know, pretty dang cheap. if they're just like missing specific bits and pieces, whether or not you want those bits and pieces, or if you happen to have them already. And by if you want them, like, there are some cases where, you know, oh, it's missing the pistol, and you might go like, I super don't care. But yeah, also, like, there is novelty, and I think there can be a lot of interest to, like, what older toys did as like, solutions to their design intents. It can be interesting to pick up old toys whose designers still work on Transformers to this day. So that's why Prime, I actually picked her up about a week before TFcon. She's been sitting on my couch in package the entire time with, well, not, she was by herself. Then I came back from TFcon with like another 3 toys. One of them I decided not to stream because I did not feel it was interesting enough for streaming, and I wanted to know something. Maybe I'll tell you all who it was later on. 118 problems. Oh, Tom, yeah, the classic Thomas the Tank Engine knockoff Transformer. There's actually been, like, a better version of that concept done by a company, I believe, was it? Am I thinking of the right thing? Did Mech Fans Toys do a better Thomas? I swear people were talking about that for a while.
Young man, if it's important enough to tease, it's important enough to share with the rest of the class.
True. I didn't think, one of you old men would get it. But I guess you do. GG! Whoop! Oh, is that the part? Is that the part? Hang on, I have to dive for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, God! Oh, I turned off that camera. Now you can see it again. Anyway, it was this bit. Is this the part? Is that the part people were talking about? Or did I commit something new? You didn't see anything on here. That's the important thing. One of the 3 parts that pop off. Naruhodo! Interesting! That it's the only part that I've had pop off. Guess I'm just, built differently. It's like when I got ape-faced, people were like, have fun with that thing, piece of garbage, and then I was like, mine's fine. And I couldn't help but, like, play it up a little bit. Just to be like, I didn't think that I would become the senpai amidst all of you kohais. Some would say you are built to rule. Guess I'm just built to... Hey! My bricks are always on brand. What does that mean? I am actually surprised that this tabbed into both the shoulders, because that, on just one of them being there, felt like that was the thing that wasn't going to work. Here, I'll change the focus for y'all. I guess I'm just real good at this. Mechanic Toys Hearts of Steel Bumblebee. Okay. It started with an M at least. But yeah. This... Mine seems to mostly hold together. She's even rolling nicely, which I wasn't expecting. When I saw the clearance on these rear wheels, I was like, I don't know if the roll's gonna happen. No, the back half is just, it's functional, you know? If you were suddenly born as one of the only 13 individuals on your entire planet and you could turn into a vehicle, I think, like, at one point you'd just be like, damn, I did real good, and you just kind of, you know, the rest of it's sort of just there. Yeah, I guess we just got good ones in Canada. Sorry, I'm always really... Why are there slots on the sides of her legs? Oh, it's for this to... Okay, I see. I'm sure that's meant to go the other way around. I love it when my hammer's a cannon. Does this... Does this fit up here? Oh, yeah. That's actually really Springer core. Like, you know, being a wide front of a car and then, like, just being a tapering pair of legs in the back is... That's the G1 Springer Classic. Canada, look, everyone's always trying to gift their states to Canada. And, like, listen, how am I supposed to deal with all these people trying to give me so many things? It's so hard being me. Oh, it's so... My riches drown me in their own way. Spin the hammer pommel on the roof so it's like a little turbine. Oh, yeah, kind of like that. Of the 13, which one is your favorite, the one you're most interested in? It kind of depends on the day. So far, all of them are really striking to me because they're all, as I call them, they are all secretly new Transformers for the most part. Star Optimus aside. The 13 are generally just like, they're sneaking brand new Transformer design work into generations. Which is a little dystopian to say in one, you know, context, but in the context of just me getting what I want, I think it's pretty cool. Dabs tears away with wads of cash. So you live the life too. You know how hard it is. Oh. You'll notice it's more high-pitched in the back. But the broad shape of the front results in a deeper timbre. Are we really calling, though? Like, listen, Star Optimus Prime, you know, cheater. This guy, nepotism, as far as us calling this one of the 13. Raw nepotism. Alpha Trion, listen, have they ever made one who has a book? No. But for the most part, they are just sneaking brand new Transformers in. And it makes me very happy. Do the gun test. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is really legal, but... You could say she does have a pretty convincing blaster mode. Checkmate, liberals. Actually, wait, can I... Iron sights on my truck? More like on my secret gun mode. That's right, I said gun. A banned word. Hang on, the legs are coming apart when I do this. Was that weird video from way back? You know what's great about this? It feels good. It feels good and fills my hand. Yeah. Wait, you're not an hour in. No, they said that we can start swearing immediately. Wasn't that a headline? You know, famous swear word gun. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is it's an upside down submarine. So that cost 42 bucks CAD. Well, with my platinum membership discount, I got 10% off the $36.99. Therefore, I was not adding 13%, I was adding 3%. So with that Steiner math, it means the toy was basically free. That's how I feel every time I use my EB Games discount. Quacky. Hello, Quacky. One of our Australian prime ministers did this bit, but for coal, proving that fossil fuels are fine. Well, like, it feels good. It feels good in my hand. My hand. Hang on. It feels good in my hand. Is that what... It feel... Nar! It feels good in my hand. That's getting too New Zealand. It's always when I hit the A's, I start, like, crisscrossing the wires. He held a lump of coal and was like, see, it's not scary. My subtitles aren't sure. What the hell's going on? The caption system it's there. It just isn't doing anything. I don't know what I might have killed it. Hello? Hello? Would you believe I also don't remember precisely how I turned it on in the first place? Oh, there it is. My biblically accurate Australian accent killed the... So it was running beforehand. That's the important thing. Nar! Oh, it took it a second. Alright. The cowl feels good in my hand. Close. There we go. I'm always kind of busted because a friend of mine once ran through a New Zealand accent with me for a while. So, like, my reflex is to think for hand, to think, hand. My hand. And then it doesn't roll through it. See you later, Tom. The Australian accent reads as emojis in the subtitles. I mean, that's good. That's biblically accurate. You sound like the reptilian brain from Disco Elysium. I still haven't played Disco Elysium. I'm a terrible gamer. I own it, I think. I just need to actually play it. Anyway, I'm listen, not to cut to the chase here. Not to cut the bread with my bread knife. Oh wait, I forgot. I took the top off this for the disclaimers on the Omega Prime stream. There, we can have a bit of that back. The important missing part of the film. Anyway, oh, what's this? Adam Billmood, $2. This is Prime versus Prime's favorite stream. Well, hang on. Well, thank you. Yes, Prime versus Prime. really enjoy Vangelus' streaming with Transformers. Was he here just now? Was he here just now? Was that Prime versus Prime? Imagine getting a kick in the balls by those 12-inch stiletto heels. Where was he? I just heard him. He was... Was he just here? Darn it, did I miss him again? Why does this keep happening? Why is he always avoiding me? I don't know who Prime vs. Prime is a Transformers toy reviewer who's famous for his lactating ball stomp jokes. Oddly enough, the toy I did open was I got a deal with something else on the third of the Studio Series 86 Junkions, the other heap. I forget which one's which. They all look the same to me. And they all have the same name, which is even more annoying. So one is Scrap Heap and one is Junk Heap, and I forgot which one's which. But the gray one. The gray one? No! The yellow one. The yellow one. That's the one I got. JT Elm, who is your favorite toy YouTuber's feet? Definitely, I mean, you know, not to, like, pat myself on the back, but, you know, mine. Yeah, I don't, you know, the Junkions are all kind of like motorcycles. Anyway, that was the one, because I bought 2 of SS86 Wreck-Gar when he came out, and found him to be terribly mid. So I wanted the other 2, but I didn't want to pay full price for them, and I struggled, and I managed to not pay full price for either of them. And I think they're both way better than Wreck-Gar. So this whole time, I'd been cheating myself out of the truth of that mold, which is when it's not Wreck-Gar, it's better. Anyway, so my Solus Prime truck mode is, as far as I can tell, dead-ass rock solid good. I like it. So I guess I just, you know, this is just my privilege. I get the nice one. I'm gonna move the focus back by 5 points so you can see this a bit better. That's not the right button. What are the improvements to the Wreck-Gar mold in the heap versions? It's weird because they do different things. Because one of them retools way more parts, but then the other one retools different parts. And they're just, like, they both do different changes that both wear the mold better, in my opinion. And you just did that Scrapper video. That was a great foot. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, Scrapper, known foot guy. I'm really happy, by the way, how many people just ran with that. Because to me, that was like my one Scrapper joke, is he's the foot guy, because he, you know. JT Elm, thank you for, oh, you gifted a membership. I didn't know we could do that. I forgot. Someone else did that once before, now that I said it out loud. I forgot that's in YouTube, so thank you. He's not in, he turns into one. He is the foot guy. Yeah, Scrap and Junk are both, like, shockingly different toys. One of them wears the legs 180 degrees in the other direction. Like, it's kind of wild. I'm having a drinking day. Oh, take it. Oh, I hope it is fun and responsible. Scrapper is just part of his profession. He turns into one, so he's got to have opinions, right? Like, it only makes sense to me. By the way, I've been to Dufferin Mall like 4 times since the first sighting happened. I ain't seen hide nor hair of a Mixmaster, so, you know, not for a lack of trying. Carno. That's why the leader of the Constructicons is afoot. He's into that stuff. Like, you need professional interest. You can have professional interest. Quacky, I'm currently at an impasse where I either will be getting every Junkion or only keeping Wreck-Gar. Well, if you get the other ones, you can just keep Wreck-Gar as a motorcycle for them to ride, even though none of them look good riding each other. That's my biggest problem with the 86 Junkion mold, is that it looks silly riding itself in a way that I don't find very fun. I sound like the Joker. It looks silly, and in a way I don't find very fun. That's not funny. Quoting the scene. I'm actually I'm a pretty complicated guy. I'm kind of like the Joker, crossed with Sephiroth. You know, once you meet me, nothing's gonna be the same. Primal, hello. What? Well, I caught it. I caught it with my thighs. Primal, I am myself that chunky guy I met at TFcon. So, you know, you're in, what do you call it? Human company? Is that what is that what we say, humans? Is that what we say? I'm kind of like Kefka. See, that one just doesn't play because, like, you don't have, like, this... Well, okay, you do. But you don't have as much of an edgelord build-up behind people, you know, self-identifying with Kefka as you do with, like, Sephiroth. Talking about that chunk guy. Don't dox my other channel? I identify with Kefka. Ooh-hehehehe. I'm so glad they finally put Kefka into Magic the Gathering, so I can finally showcase my personality in the game that I play. Carno, I did not see you at TFcon, but if you saw a long-haired guy with scraggly facial hair, it was probably me. Again, okay, I got a haircut like a few weeks ago, so less now, but, I mean, I forget to shave for days at a time. Going to California next week. Holy moly. Any interest in the Gundam card game? Yeah! Unfortunately, all my locals, when the starter decks were still available to me at places near me, they had also been marked up to double MSRP. Similarly, the ones with the model kit, not the model kits, the Plamo ones, but, you know, the Warhammer model kit Gundams. Tons of those are still around, and they're all still at markup, I think, until the next shipment comes out. And I'm kind of like, you know, I've been popping into the store picking up single cards for like a week and a half, and I'm looking at like the unmoving pile of 4 copies each of 4 different starter decks in the big version that comes with the Warhammer minis, and I'm kind of like, I mean, I know that it's like a 1 in a billion of those are all foil or something. But just check them, and then sell me one for normal. So there's a, you know, it's the old Lorcana Wave 1. It's the old didn't One Piece go through this too? It's the old new TCG that's any good Wave 1 is they sell out instantly on first shipment, and then while the anvil is at its most heated, there is none available. For a reasonable price. But I got a pal or two who do have decks, so I just need to like find time and hit them up and actually try the game out. I've heard the game's good. I'd like to try it. I'd like to build a deck in singles, but like, you know, my Gundam expertise is so like next level that like I don't know what deck to build. So I need to see what the mechanics are. So because I know it's a token game and I love tokens. So I would like to build like a Gundams that make tokens. You don't heat the anvil. Listen, maybe you, a perfectly normal craftsperson, don't heat the anvil, but me, a bespoked craftsmaster, have my own way of doing things. Not to give away my trade secrets. What are your thoughts on the Perceptor pack? I think it looks alright, but like the nullification of his tank mode kind of puts me off like wanting to pay retail for it. I would rather get the Perceptor pack off of someone's like, I bought this and I actually don't want it kind of sale. I heard Craftsmaster. People can be skilled at multiple things. Yeah, so new Perceptor has a completely new like upper body, and his chest is wider. So they just left the tank mode out of the instructions because the tabs don't merge anymore with his arms. So you can still like make him into a tank mode, but he doesn't lock together anymore. In service of having like a wider chest or something. And yeah, it was also identified his new chest is made of ram horns plastic, so the entire thing is painted. That part I'm like, whatever. That's neat. Alan Weaver, you can tab his arms into him still. I saw people were telling me and showing me pictures that they were trying, and it wasn't like, it wasn't working right. Like, it felt sloppy. Are Californian Targets or Walmarts any good? As a Canadian, I don't know. I always assume they are, but I also don't look in them whenever I've been at TFcon LA, because I'm getting here at least a day after most other people got here. If there were any toys on the shelves, they are probably gone. Adam Bill Moo, they're DC. Adam Bill Moo knows. Adam Bill Moo designed California. Do you collect stuff outside of Transform? Yeah. Aside from just having multiple interests, I also believe that it is healthy to have multiple interests and hobbies. Mostly because it's very easy if you only have the one to like have it start to subsume your personality, and then I have a panel series about this I highly recommend called Why Do You Enjoy the Toy? Or Why Do We Enjoy the Toy? But I think it's important to have multiple interests in life, even if they're not hardcore. Just multiple things that are of interest to you, because that diminishes the ability for any one of them to make you be in service of it when it is by definition supposed to be in service to you as a hobby, not as like a media property, just in its context as a hobby to you. That's why, for instance, people who make demands like, Superman should kill more or something, like that's not asking something to be in service of them. That's asking a person and a production to be in service of them. That's different. But on a hobby level, I very much believe in just like look into whatever you like. There's no way to do hobbies wrong unless you're hurting yourself doing them, is my belief. Or hurting other people, technically. Like, if the way that you engage with a hobby is like, I go and physically assault people in parking lots, then, like, you gotta do something about that. Because, like, not to be judgmental, but I think that's a bad way to do hobbies. Why didn't you make Superman kill more? Basically because by not having him do it, I've shown that I could if I wanted to. My authorities on hobbies is Hobby Lobby. It's a whole lobby for hobby. Oh, good lord. Don't gatekeep my violence No, no. This is where I become one of those YouTubers, and I'm like, thumbnail. Violence hobby is toxic. Hey guys, I don't usually make videos like these, but I want to talk about a community that I think is just not good for the rest of us, and that's the hobby violence community. I only assault people in parking lots when the new Transformers wave drops. I mean, that is the true fan's way, so, I mean, who am I to... Hobby violence streamer. Okay, Mr. Kind of Frozen Butter. Listen, that was a complete... In the context of that panel, that was a very academically valid topic to touch on. I don't recreationally assault people. Now hey, who out there is deft enough with the clipping system that YouTube has to bring that out of context in a damaging way? I left you at least 8 frames to try to land on at the end. Can you do it? Tough guy? Huh? Sack of oranges is easier to make. I mean, yeah, but like, you know, easy example from anyone's average life. Hey, go smash that vase, and you do it with a sledgehammer, and it's like, well, anyone can do that. Rushing people at TFcons with a giant pencil screaming, "I'll tap you." So they don't let me bring the giant pencil onto the airplane, which is messed up and frankly un-American. You know. As a contemporary of mine has once said, I guess that's why we can't tell jokes anymore. Huh? I am a deft edit, says Chris Muse. True. So, family photo so far. He was in a box somewhere for a while. I was like, dang, I guess I'll never have the complete family, because I don't remember where I put him. But we did it. It's the family. I think it's cool that these are both deluxes. Like, this is the kind of deluxe aesthetic disparity that I'm always down for. Where's Smashdown? Well, you know, after Smashdown's comments about immigrant deportation, that individual is no longer welcome on these to speak on these streams. And don't blame me. It's Twitch terms of service. Okay, I can't do anything about it. They got themselves banned. All right. Are there any good local shops near where you live? Not really. This is the weird thing about being in one of the largest cities on the continent, and the one thing we don't have is toy collector hobby shops. Outside of like a handful that have odd vibes. Whereas we are drowning in board game and gaming shops, which I don't mind. But if I'm like, you know, dang, I want to sell a Magic the Gathering card. Easy as pie. Dang, I want to sell an action figure. A what? Why? And where? That's stupid. That's what this city's like. Start your own. Yeah, I know. My mom once said that, and I was just like, no, you start it. I do have, actually, Malleus Minotaurs, and I at one point, I think, had 4 Smashdowns, but none of them are near me. They're all somewhere else. As they said in Twin Peaks, they're all somewhere else. You know who has it somewhere else? The way that I got the Junkion for cheap. So, there was a table, and my understanding a few minutes later is that they actually may, at some point, be a viewer. So I'll just let on, while you can see my underjowl in the reflection in my... That's what I actually look like, biblically accurately. So I saw this and the Junkion both at a table on Saturday, marked at $40 a piece. That's already under MSRP. Because there were, like, multiples of both of them, I got what I call the haggle gamble greed. And I was like, I'm gonna wait until Sunday. So I went by on Sunday afternoon, and there was still more than one of the two of them. So I walked up to these two $40 toys that are usually $45 plus tax in Canada, and I went like, You want to do a deal on 2 of these? And to his credit, he's like, oh, what are you thinking? I was like, You want to do 60 for both? And he's like, 70 for both? And I was like, okay. Because I was just like, I just want it to be under 40. I wanted, because then I feel like I won. So I got this and the Junkion for 35 each when they are usually 45 in tax each. Oh. My public! Oh. Yeah, that's right. I'm a winner. Oh. I'm a winner. We'll see what Black Friday looks like. That Junkion's gonna be gone. That thing is in Toys R Us hell. But this guy's everywhere still. Anyway, I heard this guy's good. And because I heard he's good, and he's everywhere, I adamantly did not want to pay retail for him. Because I was like, I want to get the good toy and for cheaper. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Never looks as good as he does in that box art. Yeah. I thought he looked okay in some of the comics. But I also couldn't tell you what panel. So, you know, we want to be respectful of the toy. You know, we want to treat him well. We want to treat him well. We want to treat him well, like a member of the family. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Woo! Anyway, that's I'm getting ready for my Worldwide Wrestling tabletop RPG debut tomorrow, so I wanted to get a little bit of, you know, in character. So that was a little moment. That was from a scene Salary Mankind was in one of his famous pay-per-views. It's the Voyagers. We always get it on the Voyagers. Your neighbors must be so confused. Who knows? Where can we watch the RPG tomorrow again? It is D20 Live. D20LIVE on YouTube and Twitch. They do restreamer, so it's on both. Red Alert's packaging made you hit it. Yeah, you know? People are so eager to cancel you these days. You can't even tell jokes anymore. I watched your TFcon video on collecting and FOMO, and it was really informative. Oh yeah, that's the panel. I am glad you watched it. Not enough people are watching them, but that's just the story of putting panels on YouTube. I'm very pleased and proud of that panel and of the edit. I think I did a pretty good edit. There we go. Do the Hokuto Hyakurets count on the next box? Well, no, because it's hard, because it will detonate the box from the inside out. That would adversely affect the action figure inside. Me knowing this is how you know that I'm an expert. Thank you for doing your part. Long was here. Now, especially with panel videos, I will gleefully publicly whine about it on Blue Sky all the time. Partly because every time I say nobody watches the panel videos, someone inevitably usually says, nah, that's not true. And so then I, like, show them stats, and I'm like, nah, the stats don't lie. The Steiner math is real. And I have at least once had someone not as a bit go like, oh, you should just make a panels channel. And I was like, no. I don't wanna. Cliff, the stats do not Diaclona. I cannot tell a Diaclona. What just fell out of his crotch? Hang on. They stuck a tube of cardboard up his... Ugh. Weird. I was stalking your area. It's completely random. Like, I was one of the cities where I was able to find the Wave 2 Age of the Primes Deluxes 8 months early. Also, I have never seen Megatronus, except once at a GameStop. I almost never see Titans, ever, or Commanders. You're watching the panel channel. Chandel? Listen, if that was a consensual gusset tube, then, you know, I don't care either way. But the way that thing slid out unannounced, I don't know about you, but that felt like another one? Good friends, Ref. Hey. Did you know I have almost never watched an entire episode of Friends in most of my life? He must be gaping. Holy moly. Keep it that way. I know I've probably seen, like, an episode or two, like, just on TV, you know, in the 2000s, early 2000s, whatever. Or turn of the century, but, like... My first exposure to Friends was the Duckman Friends parody, where, quite frankly, almost none of them resemble how they look as people in the show. So when I saw Friends with human actors, flesh, meat, I was like, this doesn't resemble Duckman. And then I got bored and stopped watching. You gotta have friends! With human actors. Yeah. Also, these elbows are really tight. Holy moly. I was just trying to describe Friends when they aren't drawn. You know? I know I saw, like, every now and then an episode of Friends, because I remember that I would often catch it, and whatever I saw would be, like, a season finale with, like, the drama moments where the audience stops laughing. But because I had not, like, watched, I just wouldn't understand why things were awkward. Like, what is it? The one I know I saw, the end of, was an episode where the two of the friends are getting friend married, and then one of them, like, is like, what is it? Oh, if I take on a new, surname, my name will sound stupid. I'm gonna run out on the marriage. And I was like, what an asshole. And that's that's all I really remember. Like, imagine caring about the aesthetics of the mouthfeel of your surname. As for episode 26, the one Vangelus knows he saw. Also, I was put off Friends because this is a bit of a, you know, this is some old lore, right? When I was in very early high school, the semi mutual crush I had at the time one of the longest conversations we had whilst walking was me being there, having episodes of Friends described to me at length. And I'm not going to say, like, you know, that that led to say, like, oh, whoops, I forgot to meet up for our walk home. But, like, it was a very unexciting prospect to, like, spend 20 minutes hearing someone describe Friends to me, walking home. Hello, TFan page. So even though I was, like, a little, you know, friggin', little scummy teenager, like, look, girl! Descriptions of the television series Friends I found to eventually be somewhat off-putting. I figured it out. Finally, I figured it out. The gray one only goes in the backpack? Is that it? Oh, wait. There's a slot! There we go, I got it. A slot under a flap? In my country? Anyway, yeah, the hand feel on this guy is quite immaculate. It reminds me of Velocitron 8 Million's Nitro Convoy lady. I forgot what her American name is. But that toy also had the similar thickness of plastic. It feels like that figure too, where it's like they've poured the old plastic at the old thicknesses in some way. Override. That's a name. Oh yeah, I think someone actually brought this up on a video at some point where they were like, it's easy to miss these. Get. It's a children's toy. I'm not using a spudger on a children's toy. There we go. Any of y'all ever had that kind of, like, hyperfixation moment? Is that the right word? It's not even the right word. But where it's like, I could use a spudger, but this is for ages 8 and up. Why should I need to use a spudger? It's an adult collectible. Look at Red Alert's right. Look, some people are just born this way. All right, we can't just start going like, oh, you need an ID verification before you look at this guy. Is that too soon? I just feel like it's a coping mechanism to make fun of it. Everyone got Gmod, by the way. Like, if you need to fake your way around a stupid system in the first place, at least have fun doing it. Am I right? Make your shoulder pads horizontal. I don't want to. There you go. Or Death Stranding. I mean, Death Stranding is more expensive than Gary's mod, I think. I actually don't know. See, the reason I don't mind them being down is because they do that shared rivet thing, where if I do that, then they go down, and I'm like, well... Or I just fall over on the floor. Why even try? I hate using tools to transform. I want to use my bare hands like nature intended, like our ancestors. Yeah! Primal! Please use Blender, true. Now, I want to try using, if I ever have to do that thing, I want to try using Krita, and just use my my Vangituber. Just like move the mouth up and open your mouth. Skies say you. I just use my mind powers. Yeah, I don't want to like God mode on them. You know, that's what we call it in Magic the Gathering, pub stomping, right? Like I'm not gonna pub stomp the poor thing. You know, this poor thing's like, can you please open your mouth? And I'm like, let me just pop out a Chroma's Will. I don't have that card. I just know it's one of those cards you say and people go like, oh. Pick up a figure carefully to yeah. Wait, was that me? The one meme PC game box art with the 90s rendered 3D ice cream in. Oh, that sounds so familiar. Ooh, those elbows are tight. It's a pretty good dab. Hello, Brian. Username Brian. It probably, yeah, Robo-Lore-Keeper, it probably comes from video, like, digital gamers. What a weird way to put that. I've only heard it the most on the EDH subreddit. Where people are like, you know, if you just want to go out pub stomping for a little while. What is a figure you'd recommend 100%? Oh, geez. Well, I don't know, because, like, any figure that I like could be someone's least favorite and vice versa. Like, I think if you're, like, I said it in the video, if you're able to catch that, if you're in America, if you're able to catch that, Studio Series 86 Bumblebee for, like, $11 or something, like, that is 100% bang for your buck. Bysop Nevton, does he not do the chest thing anymore, by the way? Yeah, no, it's, unless I'm missing something. It's like a solid molded piece now. He still does this. I didn't do it yet, but he still can pop that up. And he can, pop that off, stick that in his one and only hand. Yeah, there are no Red Alert pizzas. Soggy has not retired. He's still cracking boosters and making big dollars. Oh, yeah, Long was here. I talked about this on the Discord at some point, but like I got the impression that like the way that the Transformers team sound and speak and the words they use whenever minicons come up now, I think that for whatever reason, Legacy Generations minicons has been the immovable wall internally of like, oh, we can solve this, and then no matter what happens, for whatever reason, every solution ends with, and we can't do it. And I get the vibe that like everyone on the actual design team is like, for lack of better phrasing, you know, why can't we do this? Like, that's the vibe I get, especially from Evan at SDCC. That's just the vibe I constantly get from the way they talk about it. It's just like this very tired exasperation, not of like, I'm so sick of hearing about minicons. It's like, yeah, we thought we solved it like 14 times now. And every single time. Hotshot only came with his minicon in the Power Links repaint that was a Pulse exclusive. I forgot which kind of exclusive. That also came with, like, a bag full of effect parts at near leader cost in Canada. I'm gonna try to transform him, by the way. Oh yeah, he had new guns. I always forget that he had new guns. Kind of mean of me, to be honest. Like, the poor guy, he's like, I finally showed up with the minicon. I even brought new guns, and I'm like... Whatever that, the million blast effect parts, he cost $500 or whatever it was. The funny-looking little one in the wrong colors, and he's like, I brought new guns and everything. Why are you speaking to me like this? We have known each other for decades. Yeah, Unicron battles guns. Unicron battles guns, my favorite Transformers character. Oh, please make a big click. Oh, you didn't make a big click. That's alright, I forgive you. Guns, my favorite GoBots. Hey, listen, I'm a big fan of classic GoBots character Boogie Bang, actually. It'll make a big snap doing it like that once. Oh, listen. I had it the wrong way around. It was the wrong slot. Because I just noticed that the merging tabs here needed the extra, you know, oomph, the extra geometry of being folded in. Ah! Yes, the gachin. Yeah, there is the leak list minicon pack thing, although, like, you know, it's probably what people would assume it is, but I would caution that, like, without pictures, like, just don't get attached to what you think it is until you know what it is. If that makes any sense. When stuff is only a text description, there's always room for it to be the funniest outcome as opposed to the desired outcome. So people are assuming the minicon pack is, the wind whatever their name, the one from the Shattered Glass 2 pack, and then, like, the one for him, and Sparkplug. They're assuming, like, what I've seen is people assuming it'll be those three with a Power Links repaint of this guy. Wind Shear! Yeah, there you go. YouTube ate my comment. Oh, I'm on top chat, too. Hang on, let me switch to live. I forgot to click the live chat. There you go. Oh, there, first thing I see. Boogie Bang 2988. It's a good video game. This thing's gonna rule when it is an evil doctor. I forgot that Armada Starscream happened. I forgot so there's the fourth one. Oh, right, and there's also Leader 1 for the Megatron. Anyway, and there's also the little funny ramjet for the tidal wave. So yeah, it's the Red Alert minicon pack. People, I think, are assuming it's going to be him and like 3 minicons. So I don't know. What if he's a cool pirate? That's ridiculous. Now, a doctor. That's where it's at. Need to repost the... So it's not... Boogie Bang wasn't a video. It was a long a surprisingly long thread on Twitter, but I do need to I thought I reposted that. Or did I just post... I posted something... Did I? I need to go looking for it again. What's wild is Flatline has been around for like a decade. But yeah, I've just been wanting any Flatline forever. Minicon pack and its drill bit for Titan. Oh yeah, he had a Minicon too, I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, that rolls. That rolls! Is there anything about the gun placements that's going to be surprising as far as designer intent? No. Okay. The hand things can plug into the roof. Don't know what I'm trying to find by doing this. Oh, these! The 3mm pegs. Oh, but the hand things are so buried now. How am I going to get these out? There we go. With my human intellect. Oh, this one... Oh, don't... There we go. For a second, I thought it was going to be my cuticle first. But once again, I prove smarter than an inanimate plastic object. Once again! I've overcome the odds. Whoa. This feels more crowded. Hey, that thing's not in disguise! That ambulance has guns! Hang on. No, it's a light bar! Oh, yeah, you're right, that's completely normal. It fires healing rays. I always liked how, I think it was Overwatch, where they really escalated to the part where it's like the sniper has healing bullets. So it's like, the sniper's gonna shoot you with a gun that heals you, but it's also a sniper rifle. And I'm like, alright. Ambulance with guns is just something we got in America. True. Oh yeah, healing grenade. That's also really funny. Thank you, by the way, for remembering my honestly, it was a great time on set. When I got to portray Andrew Robinson in Hellraiser. That reminds me, I saw an Andrew Robinson head sculpt, and I don't like it. Not to dog on it even more, but I'm gonna turn this into a robot first. I need to show you all this Andrew Robinson head sculpt. Yeah, there's a new Hellraiser game coming out. It looks okay. Like, I would like to see the vision.
turn from a truck to a robot now. Okay.
Is that the meme? Is that what... Am I cool now? Oh, by the way, for those who haven't heard, pour one out for Aaron at Gen Con. Aaron is once again helping to run the giant Lego Robo Rally. And all of yesterday just had people walking right across the board, just like, what's all this Lego on the floor? And, I don't know, I thought it was pretty funny. So the big update today was they put yellow caution tape up everywhere. So I want to find out how many people just walked right into the yellow caution tape and then went like, you should put up some signs up about this caution tape. Is there any handhold on this? Oh, my fingernails. I don't know. We don't gotta laugh at his misery. It's just like, it is such a comical situation, though. Fingernail muscles. Imagine if someone had like overdeveloped cuticles, or like overdeveloped whatever you call the meat under the nail, where it's like veins and stuff, and their fingernail can like go up and down like a centimeter. Ew! Why would you even say that? It's just why? Yeah, geez, why? Yeah, what a disgusting thing for someone that isn't me to have said. Good lord. Yeah, I like Red Alert. Not to drop a hot take on this, you know, the friggin' hate parade that this toy is constantly getting. That's a joke, by the way. I say I feel like Flatline is this mold's sexier twin, like with the Galactic Man. I actually agree. I think that this looks great, this feels great, and barring some kind of horrific hand feel incident, I feel like Flatline's just going to be like all this but sexier. It's like Flatline has like a faceplate and stuff too, and yeah, we like it when they don't got a mouth. Hand feel injury. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think I talked about this in a few places, but like, it's kind of the soft tragedy, right, of wanting to respect the folks who work on these things when they make something really cool, but then when it's like it's the one that's chilling out on shelves, you go like, wouldn't it be great to like get the really good one and on sale? It's not that dystopian, but I just think it's kind of funny because it's like, you know, if something's gonna end up being the one that's lingering around, it's like it should be the good one, because then we get the good one for cheaper later. TFcon gets to run a customs class with the good one, and I'm not pro censorship. I'm just, you know, pro what's the word for when you cut off people's mouths? Perfectly normal question to ask other people on the internet. Hey, gang! Ooh, what a day! You know, what's that word they have for when you cut people's mouths off? That word? Empanada? Anyway, I gotta show you. His blue toe to waist disturbs me in a way you don't just look. He's just legs out. There's a lot of Marvel superheroes who are just legs out like this. Namor the Submariner. Namor the Submariner. What was that thing I wanted to complain about? Totally unique thing to do on the internet. I want to complain about something. Here we go. Exo 6. Stepping on my turf here. This was brought to my attention by one Face Forward. So, I'm aware that maybe I have exacting standards. Right? Maybe I'm a little bit particular about the character of Elim Garak, one of the best things in all of Star Trek. The hell is up with the head sculpt? Like, I was later, you know, in the course of a conversation, provided with examples of Exo 6 head sculpts that are pretty solid. This ain't one of them. Those eyes are wrong. Completely wrong. Those aren't Andrew Robinson's eyes, let alone Garak's eyes. I'm not even looking at the outfit. I had things to say about the... Dog, I had opinions about the choice and execution of the outfit that I think that they aren't even relevant to what happened to this head sculpt. Like, there's a... Like... And their ad copy. Oh, hey, Sam Webble. Yeah, I did shred the red. He's very good. He does not have face swaps that I'm aware of. As far as I know, there's only one head, which also is a problem for the character of Elim Garak. If you're doing a Garak at 1/6 and you tout your toy as museum grade, and you have an entire paragraph about how good your head sculpt is, you need to have two. But also, an Elim Garak where I can't see the whites of his eyes at all is wrong. Because if you're to pick out from the panoply of Elim Garak iconic faces, one of the standout things about all of them is you can see the white on his eyes. That's a big part of it, because his eyes are very open most of the time. Also, he doesn't have enough upper lip. Like, his eyes are someone else's, and his cleft is someone else's. It looks like a sculpt of the Garak makeup half finished and falling off of Andrew Robinson's face after someone squirted spores into his eyes. And maybe someone's looking for that, and I respect them. I didn't even see this shot. Look, they all look better. That looks like a caricature of Alexander Siddig. Anyway, the main thing that like codified me being a grumpy little puss about this, a mad little friggin' beanbag, was the paragraph here. This premium figure features an exquisitely crafted likeness of Andrew Robinson in his authentic Cardassian makeup, accurately representing his appearance during pivotal moments, plural, on the series. Every detail, from the textured facial prosthetics to the subtle expressions, reflects the character's depth and complexity. Throughout the seasons, Garak's appearance evolved, reflecting his layered history, and XO6 has meticulously captured his look from the most iconic episodes, plural, ensuring an authentic and detailed presentation. Additionally, a specially designed Cardassian neck piece was created for Garak to mimic the unique anatomy of Cardassians, adding an extra layer of authenticity and realism to the figure. Dressed in one of Garak's signature colorful outfits, this figure brings his charismatic and mysterious persona to life. The set includes a Cardassian phaser, multiple interchangeable hands for dynamic display options, and a sturdy display stand to showcase this legendary figure in your collection. When? Anyway, I think that the neck certainly does look neat. But like this head sculpt to me is so catastrophically off the mark. Cuz if you only get to do one portrait for your Garak museum grade action figure, in my opinion, he should not be looking straight forward. He should always be looking slightly to the side like this, either smiling or staring. Smiling or staring. One of those two. If you didn't pick one of those two for your one head sculpt, you don't know who Garak is! So anyway, that's, so not to say I was ever gonna be like, there's a version of this where I do spend 220 American dollars. That's over 300 Canadian dollars on a 1/6 scale museum grade action figure of Elam Garak. That reality doesn't really exist. But I'm annoyed at how far this is not Garak. Because it means I have nothing to aspire to dream to purchase one day. What does he look like on the show? Yeah, okay, hang on. Are those eyes, maybe the eyes are posable. I feel like they would have pointed that out. No, it's just 12 inches, 1/6 scale, plastic and fabric, based on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, lifelike detail, over 30 points of articulation, and custom, not stock, custom fabric clothing. Let me go load you up here. I'll load you up a little rack of Garak to look at. The worst part is, I do think I found the shot that they used, right? Doesn't make me happy. Okay. So it looks like that is probably what they used for their, base for the sculpt. But you'll also notice, see, that's a Garak face right there. That's a Garak face. That's a Garak face right there. Don't open Screen Rant on me. That's a Garak face right there. These are the side glancing, you can see the whites on the edge of the eyeball Garak faces I expect for $220 US. This is Garak in Star Trek Online. We just don't talk about this. That's a Garak face in profile. Like, the shape of his head is different. Alright, you want to get intense. There's intense Garak. Doesn't happen super often, but it is another Garak face. But you'll notice, even when he's a little bit intense, you can still see the whites around his eyes, right? That's a Garak trading card game card. There's a couple, actually. There's plain simple Garak. There's a smug Garak. That's not loading at any higher resolution. That's messed up. There's Memes Garak. By the way, if you only get to pick one Garak outfit, I think the green stripes, more iconic, personally. But that's personal taste. Oh, look, it's the action figure. Look, there he is. Same outfit, by the way. There's the outfit they're aping. You'll notice that on the real-life outfit, the cut is flattering. On the 1/6 action figure that's museum grade, the cut is not flattering. There's actually some wider shots here. Like, the pectoral puff on this looks ridiculous! And this is a tailor! Why would he be wearing a badly tailored shirt? There's a Garak face. Oh, perfect Garak face right there. Oh, classic Garak face right there. That's Garak telling you about how he's a tailor. This is how I lose hours on weekends sometimes, by the way. I just start watching Garak clips. Ah, classic. Best character in all of Star Trek. Also, yeah, if you're gonna do a museum-grade $220 Garak, it's like, steal the purse system from Hot Toys, too. Yeah, Posable Eyeballs would have gone miles on this thing. Listen, there's a lot of Star Trek actors, I don't care what you make their toys look like, but, like, Garak is very important, not just to me, but to the culture. Fit of the shirt makes him look like Leatherface. Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah, the PERS, the Parallel Eye Rotation System. It's the thing that lets Hot Toys toys look around without their eyes going all, like, pointing in different directions. Look at this. Read by the author. A book about Garak read by Garak. You can't ask for better than that. Maybe they're basing it on the Playmates figure. I mean, I don't know. No. Playmates Garak has a longer face. It's because the Exo 9 or Exo 6 one is squished. Even goofy Mego Garak. 9-inch 1998 Garak. Like, can you imagine if they try to do a Nibrantain? Like, it's gonna look ridiculous. Or wait, is that? Yeah, that's a Nibrantain. Make sure I get my character names right. I generally only think about Garak. I don't think Hot Toys does it anymore. Oh yeah, you know, now that I think about it, I don't remember the last time I've seen them advertise PERS. Maybe it was just too hard to actually like make it work. I mean, they make people with rubber skin that melts though. Like I don't know. You know what we say about Elim Garak? We say, you're intelligent and cultured and kind. There's your Andrew Robinson side by side, by the way. This makes me terrified, by the way, if Exo 6 does Gold Ducat, because, like, Mark Alimo face also is very specific shape, with very specific expressions. And if they friggin', you know, like, run it through a meat grinder like they did poor Garak, like, I don't even want to know what that's gonna look like. By the way, I still have to watch the whole thing. Did you know that in real life, humans who had the honor of playing Garak and Dr. Bashir performed like a fiction over Zoom during lockdowns that was very much in canon, obviously. Don't look up Garak figure on Etsy if you don't have NSFW filter set on. Noted! Even this messed up picture of Garak still understands enough to put the whites of the eyeballs visible. Also, by the way, Garak does reappear on Lower Decks in their... I haven't seen the whole thing, but their Deep Space Nine episode that made me decide that that's the second best Star Trek thing. Well, second best, but third best is whatever the Academy series is they put a trailer up for, because at one point someone sees a poster that says, like, Benjamin Sisko, and I'm like, okay, that's probably the third best Star Trek show ever made. I'm gonna keep scrolling down. I think we're fine still. Oh, we're getting closer. What's that? What's that? Okay. What about the Orville? I don't know what that is, because as far as I know, they've never made direct reference to the canon of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Which is one of my requirements. Okay, I'm not going to look at Etsy, because demonstrably some of the rest of you are going to check Etsy for me. Anyway, let me go check the alternate chat. I have not been looking at that this whole time. This is pretty good. Hang on. Ah! Oh, here we go. Okay, PT found that box art. The mystery of the druids. Yeah, I want to use this to get by the facial recognition check. Okay, Griff found that close-up on the Playmates Garak. Yeah, they got the whites of the eyes showing! Important! Mr. the Druids? Did you hear that Farscape was put on YouTube to an official... I mean, that's pretty... No, wait! I might have... I didn't watch it, but I might have seen the thumbnails. That's starting to, like, connect a neuron. But if they put up all of Farscape, that rules. Like, that... I'm not saying, like, oh, beloved YouTube or anything, but, like, that... Seeing that for any TV show, where it's like, we're going to upload the TV show, and you can watch it here, I think that's a really good idea, especially when TV shows may be out of circulation. Because uploading to YouTube means people can rip it and keep a hard copy, and we can keep the circulation of the production and the art available. Have you already talked about new toy reveals? Not, like, dedicatedly. I'm still gonna try to do, like, an OBS recording video about that. I just got busy last week. Well, busy and then, like, alternatingly busy and, like, what do you call it? Sitting in a chair, like, eating a Subway sandwich and, like, trying not to think about the grandscape of existence. But I want to talk about every single time I'm like, damn, I didn't record yet. Something new goes up where I'm like, I want to append this. So now there's the TFW interview with Evan and Nate, and I want to pull some stuff out of there. Ow. Sorry, I just realized my knuckle hurts. It's though I was like punching something earlier. I don't know though. Ow. Anyway. I did have TFW open in case I felt like rambling about anything else, but like it's mostly just like, you know, my capsule for SDCC reveals is it all looks pretty cool. The two Junkions are my least favorite, mostly because I don't like those two molds very much, but they're in the right colors, so I'm probably going to end up buying them someday anyway. Will we ever get to the year 2006? Yes. I want to finish editing and posting the panel Aaron and I did to debrief 2005. And that's not quite half. That's more like a third done. This thing is neat. That thing's neat. This thing, I like that it exists. Did you all see, hang on, you all see, oh, don't make me do a note, you scum. Here we go. Did you all see he's going like, hang on, he's going like, doing. 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 Ooh. 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 Jumping. I think his pose is hilarious. I don't care if anyone else is laughing. I'm laughing. But his little Super Mario jump pose is really funny to me. Like, doing. Doing. Hup. Hey. And poor Crasher over here. She's like, what are you doing? They're doing that thing where Bruticus is beside and is the same size as normal Transformers. Yeah, it's also pretty cool. Giant Crasher. But it's nice after, like 3.5 completely separate, well-intentioned, but not really helping me descriptions of how Brawl is leg. It's nice to just see kind of like a bit of a picture of how Brawl is leg. He's running up to a football Charlie Brown style. Yeah, you know, Blastoff is just living his life, you know? He's Blastoff is just like, hey, they let me get my brain deal on the chest plate. I'm winning. I think the Brawl ankle tilt is probably in this, I mean, now I'm doing it, right? I was gonna say, it's probably just in this mush here, as though that means really anything. But I'm pretty sure, like, this sort of quadrant is where the clicky, like, tilt would be. Anyway, I think that's neat. I like the... I should say also, I like the big reveal on Alchemist Prime. No, it's Bysop Neveton. It is fully known and already Hasbro confirmed that like there's framework parts involved in the Bruticus thing, and the way they're doing the legs this time is that the framework is not very involved from the knees down, so most of the lower leg is Brawl, for example. Swindle is unfortunately off-screen, so we will never know how Swindle works, ever. Unfortunately, the logo got in the way, so, like, that's just the rest of our lives. We'll have to wonder. I would just like to know, like, who the poor... Because the art... This style packaging art is getting better, I think. But I would love to know who's doing the lines, so that they can escape that horrific discourse from the Constructicon box art reveals and the Age of the Prime box art reveals. Oh, I think the footbit is just a shoe you stick on the bottom, myself. And we will never know. His toy will... Yeah, there's... Listen, I don't see his Swindle on shelves. You know, this is hypothetical. Skechers, yeah. Hey, I have Skechers. Mine don't have the tracking chip slot, apparently, that they're doing now. Mine are just comfortable. So, you know, I don't know what to say. K-Yang, I assume that's either... Well, I kind of just assume that's all rights reserved type stuff, but I mean... I was gonna say, surely someone out there can read those mysterious characters. I mean, we'll never know. How could we ever know? Cliff, they were 100% supposed to use Vortex as box art for this and accidentally use Bruticus. To be honest, that makes the most sense, because if that was Vortex, then this would be Wave 2. I didn't even think about that. This is Bruticus, like, it's me, guys! I'm here, finally! Wait, oh no! I'm small! Timu, it says Hasbro Taiwan. Oh, okay. There you go. Google Lens said so. But no, yeah, I mean, not that I know, no, it's just like, I think it's fairly a straightforward approach. It'll be Onslaught, and then Onslaught's alt mode's extended back bit is probably where, the crotch lives. It'll probably have some kind of, you know, cannonette stick on the back of the truck setup. There might be even a base mode you could make out of it, I'm sure. Like the desk, for Silverbolt's thing. Gage Broderick, do you miss full TF box bios as much as I do? Not really, because it's been, like... I don't remember how long anymore. But I have fun just making stuff up now. Home is where the crotch lives. So true. Carno, we do know what company did the art for the Constructicons, and they posted a speed draw proving it's not generated. I did not see that. I didn't think it was generated myself. I thought at worst it was using CAD models to, like, you know, laying hunks of CAD models together and then drawing over it, which is fine. But I have maintained I did not feel there was any sufficient evidence that any of that stuff was gen slop. But I did not know that they had been identified, or even went so far as to go like, look, this is the sketches. That's good. Although, I feel kind of weird that I didn't hear about it. So, they could be louder, I guess. They did a post on Instagram or something. Okay. Well, that's fine. But yeah, no, that really just... This happened, you know, with some of the backdrops in that Zets teaser too, right? Kamen Rider Zets teaser, where it's like, at a certain point, like, I have concerns that people are too confident or don't care about the concept of false positives, because it's like a good feeling to be the one who did the gotcha before the more concrete proof comes out, so you can point and go like, look, I knew it first. But like, there's a, how do you put this? I've said this before on streams. I don't know why I'm being so particular, but I like to care about the words I say. I suspect that the necessary literacy in visual medium and the making of media is not fully possessed by a lot of the people that look at stuff and declare that they think they see something, because it's a lot easier to just think about the times that you're right. And, like, for better and for worse as well, I think people have sort of forgotten the less impressive part about how some of the slop gen that was discovered by what appeared to just be hurling 5 million people at it like rain on a rooftop, and leaving out the part where there was expertise involved. There's actually, like, as far as, like, clips that have, like, popped up, and teasers and things, there's very little indication that any slop gen is involved, and if it is, like, Toei is gonna brag about this incredible money-saving move they've made. The companies always do that. That's also why I'm like, just be patient, just let the process play itself out. What's your favorite pronunciation of scrapper? I liked scroper. That one made me happy when I said it out loud. Well, I do want to say, like, I understand why people are, you know, jumpy about that stuff, because it is a problem. But it still needs to be couched in a level of, like, medium literacy and also just patience. Patience is very important. And it is demonstrable that most companies, when they use this stuff, very rarely are they secretive. They're usually quite loud and proud and defensive about slop gen use in stuff that goes to, like, television. So, you know, they'll say it if they're really using it. Very rarely do these large companies go, like, don't let them know, because they're gonna go and, like, do an interview somewhere and go, like, I, the owner of $1 billion dollar bills, and I think I pay for things, I'm so proud of the slop gen engine that we found, because the future's here, and it's here to stay. So either get with the times, or get run over, Luddite. Like, they're always talking that way. So, you know, it'll be loud and clear. Miss her, and I understand why people as understand white people. Yeah, you know, the Secret Invasion opening, the dumbasses who made One Night with the Devil or whatever, that horror movie where they, like, friggin' stood in front of the machine blasters with their arms wide open, defending the stupid title cards they slop-genned, where it's like, there's, you know, whenever the option is you can be quiet or even have a little bit of mea culpa, a lot of those people are always just like, no, actually, it's a good thing that I did. And so, you know, that's also why I caution, like, you know, don't, you know, I don't think any of you are doing it, but, like, don't spend, like, you know, 30 to 300 minutes, like, staring, like, looking for, like, I think there's a lack of connectivity between the pixels here and here. You know, because, like, if there really is, whoever it is going to, like, you know, friggin' pants themselves publicly talking about how actually smart they are. Yeah, other than SDCC stuff, it's mostly just, like, toy pictures, and I'm like, these all look cool. These all look neat. The expressive Spider-Man mask, I think, is kind of neat. Like, that's one of those what felt like MCU-driven editions I kind of liked, like the mechanical black parts on the lenses going like there's something kind of, like, goofy and cute about that. Did you read the interview? I did, yeah. I liked the interview a lot. I don't remember where it is on here, actually. I got direct linked, and I never looked at the name of the headline. Because that would have been back here, right? Oh yeah, it was at the very top. It was the first thing on the... But yeah, if you have not read this interview, it's very good. I was almost gonna like, I was sitting there thinking this is like YouTuber brain, right? So my apologies for speaking plainly as the butcher. But I was like, maybe I should just record myself reading this entire interview out loud for the people who don't want to read it. And then when I said that phrase in my brain, I was like, what an insulting thing to say. But then I was also like, I am that person sometimes. I wonder who's asking the questions. Yeah, I don't know who TFW had at STCC. I'm assuming this was a sit-down interview that was, like, audio recorded and, you know, etc., etc. Your captions are off again. How did I turn them on last time? Nor! Mine's the biggest on Cybertron! There it is. I genuinely don't know why they are turning off every now and then. What are the odds on a Jetfire reissue or a TF Robotech Jetfire release? I mean, No! I think, the Void Rivals 2-pack might have just been that re-release. The Robotech thing, I don't really know what's up with that. I didn't really keep up with that news item outside of the shocking, you know, cross logos picture. Like, didn't that just, I thought I read that ended up just being like, we're getting some kind of crummy Toynami toy out here again in Japan now. Not to, like, prejudge the Toynami Robotech toys, it's just generally I found that's a good way to describe them. Oh yeah, the Cyberverse episode numbering is goofy. Because, yeah, episode 1 was 1 and 2, episode 2 is 2 and 1, episode 3 is 3 and 2. I'm sure that's some, like, friggin' algo-cooked brain, like, making that decision. Like some YouTube kid's brain-boiled jar that makes noises that's like... Yeah, Ruby, that's what I mean, yeah. It feels like a weird attempt to manipulate and like, fit into the YouTube Kids algorithm, and it's probably stupid. It's on YouTube, so ideally someone is just ripping all the episodes and we can just cut together a normal feature-length cut of the series at the end or something. Oh, right, it was the what is it, the 80s Valkyries that were spray-painted gray to look like prototypes. It was very odd. I've still only seen YouTube episode 1 of Cyberworld, so I haven't seen episode 2 and then 1, or episode 3 and then 2. Episode 5 and 3/8 and 7/4! Because I'm not normal! I'm episode 18! But yeah, I liked episode 1 and 2. I like that episode 1 drops you in media res, which means that they get to have a plot reveal to end the show. And I was like, that's neat. Like, that's already more than I expected. I thought the voicing was fine. You know, there is a whole conversation next to it about the continuing nature of, like, who are they hiring to voice these characters again? What unions do they belong to? With that what's it called? Micronauts cartoon. There was an interesting piece of a conversation I was kind of looped in on on Blue Sky, where it was like, look at all these union voice actors, and then someone who worked on the show was like, just the voice actors. Those of us who worked on the animation were not union looped in. So they paid for something, but not for everything. Like, with a show like Cyberverse, where the episodes are 5 minutes long, it's like with, or Cyberverse. I just said it, didn't I? But also with Cyber World. When the episodes are that short, I'm kind of like, you know, there's no reason to, like, really take it that seriously either way. It's like, if you think it's neat, watch it. If you don't really like it, then, like, when it's all out, you can always just watch all of it in, like, I guess half an hour anyway. Oh, yeah, the Internet Archive thing of Micronauts got taken down. So it you know, it will be back if it's not back already, because a whole lot of people have it now. But yeah, no, they did the takedown like 3 or 4 days later, so it's pointless takedown. There's no reason, because everyone has it now. And I think I still have the torrent somewhere, too. I'm not sure, but I'm sure if I don't, someone can hook me up with it so I can see it if necessary. So, like, we're... It's never going away. The work that all those people put in will never remain hidden, because, you know, I don't mean to jump... This is me jumping to a conclusion. I don't know nothing about nobody. But, I don't think that show was ever coming out, regardless. So, like, given the way that everyone who worked on it reacted to the Blue Sky posts on, like, alone, I think it was generally like, no, please, just, we don't care anymore. Just leak the thing that we worked on for 3 years. Timo, I think there is a needle to thread between the extremes of that topic with some nuance, because you never want to just wholeheartedly be like, nah, get rid of the unions, because then you just get people who are paid pennies to scream for an hour. So there's a needle to thread through all of that. Yeah, 3 years, because it's 52 episodes. It's 2 seasons. They ended production, what was it, January 2020 was final lock on the 52nd episode or something. And it looks like production, like, to where the credits were done on episode 1 was 2018. Pre-production would have been 2017, so 3 years, it completely lines up. Like, that thing was made before the pandemic happened. That's why the head writer was, like, so, like, no, I don't care. Leak it. Because he was like, his go-to quote, and I don't disagree with him at all, he was like, this show was finished before lockdown started. This show could have just been deployed for content's sake. There were 2 years to just throw this thing out there so people can watch the thing. That was the show, not the showrunner, the head writer's, one of his big points is like, it was ready to go. And then it's like, oh, this thing's ready to go. Let's keep it shelved for 5 more years. There was a set of Micronauts SDCC little figurines from 2017 who, it turns out, matched the entire show's cast. Okay, this show, yeah, so this is the Micronauts cartoon that had 2 entire seasons made. The entire thing was posted onto Internet Archive in, like, full uncompressed master state, like gigabytes per episode, a week or 2 ago. It's gone now, but, you know, it's gonna be out there somewhere again. I have a relevant thing I can show you. I'm going to turn the sound down. Okay, it's silence. But you want to see who the cast of episode 1 of Micronauts was? Clancy Brown as Baron Karza, Danny Pudi as Zant, Dante Bosco as Cameron Ruck, Kari Walgren as Quintilis, Kevin Michael Richardson as Oberon, Mae Whitman as Fenelo Phi, Sean Astin as Pelham, Susan Silo as Gamatron, John Stephen Rocha as Gate Guard in Guard Number 1. I posted the end credits to Blue Sky specifically in honor of everyone who ever worked on this. Because ignoring the voice cast, because that's the easy one, right? Look at all of these names. All of these names. Most of these people, for now, what? 5 years post after 3 years of production, have had nothing to show for this except the words out of their mouths that, no, trust me, I did work on a show for Hasbro for 3 years. It's not just their story. This is an industry-wide problem. Look at all those animators, right? That's what this is the stuff that gets me so pissed off. Like, people in this industry do not do work to get paid and go home. They do work to get paid and go home and show what they worked on to their friends and family and loved ones and anyone who's interested in the work that they worked on. That's why it's so vulgar to me to, like, shelf this stuff for so friggin' long. Copyright 2018, Hasbro Studios. These friggin' logos. But yeah, this thing was like, the day that this showed up, I double took. I was like, I don't believe it. That's not possible. Because that's the dream. That's right now, not the dream. That's the dream outcome in the horrible nightmare. Is that someone just takes the finished thing that they want to flush and just takes it at master quality and just puts it up. There were people who worked on this show for whom it sounded like this was the first time they ever got to see the goddamn thing they worked on. Anyway, that's the little Micronauts rant. Yeah, it's so messed up. I love my show so much, I'm so happy it's out there. Like, the head writer was like, I remember it was someone had put up a clip of the opening, and the head writer was like, I don't know what it means that it's out there, but there's the opening to that show I've been saying that I'd made for 5 years. PT, and then when a lot of voice actors make money off the con circuit, there goes a whole fandom they can't interact with. Yeah, like, and, you know, sadly, at this point, if you were to talk to any of those voice actors about, hey, I love what you did on Micronaut, they'd probably go like, huh? Oh, it came out? And you go like, no, someone leaked the whole thing. They'd be like, oh. I had fun. Like, it's so friggin' messed up. Posted SDCC Micronauts and alternate. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Because this is like, I only watched the first, like, I have the whole thing, but I only watched the first, like, minute to make sure it worked and then skipped to the end credits. Again, because I felt like that was necessary to honor the folks who friggin' worked on this thing. But, yeah. Yeah, the Biotron is OG, but the rest of these are, like, what they look like in the show. And one of the first characters to speak, that's also another reason I jumped to the credits, is one character spoke, I sat there and I was like, is that friggin' Danny Pudi? So I skipped to the end credits and I'm like, Clancy Brown? So, you know, not every story ends well, but, like, there's little hopes to me that at least if more productions get friggin' attempted flushed down a toilet, I hope people, like, I'm glad someone had the wherewithal to, I guess, save a copy of all the masters. And then give them 5 years. It's like what I did. It's not like it. It's just a funny parallel. It's a funny, much more important version of what I did for the BotCon 2011 script reading, because I sat on a recording of that for like 5 years. And then when it became clear that, like, I had the only recording, I put it up on SoundCloud. I am hoping that at this point everyone who wanted it has downloaded it, because I heard SoundCloud is going all goofy and, you know, thing might implode someday. I don't think I remember the login for the account I made for that. But nowadays, if people are in industry working on stuff, it's like it behooves them to friggin' keep bootlegs of their own work so that they can prove they worked on it. Because, like, you know, this is, again, I'm sort of jumping around very parallel examples, but, like, there are folks where it's like, oh, do you have a copy of your show? It's like, no, I have a torrent that I downloaded of my show, because they canceled it and also never gave me a copy. Wasn't that the case with the Infinity Train guy? Where it's like, I'm glad people are uploading it so I can get 720p copies of my own show? Or something like that. It was either him or the Final Space guy, I forgot which one, who, like, was relying on bootlegs to have high-quality copies of the show that they friggin' created. Yeah, Infinity Train is on Google Drives now. Yeah. Okay, that was Final Space. Okay. Yeah, Kamen Rider Dragon Knight was, I mean, that was a whole other messed up scenario with the lead folks on that show found out their show was being canceled, like, because fans contacted them saying, hey, when is the final episode airing? And they're like, it didn't air? Reminds me, what happened to the Final Space final graphic novel? Did that pan out? I have to go keep up with that. I haven't looked into that. Hey, always Infinity Train mention. That show's fate, I think, is absolutely tragic, and it's messed up to say that because there's still a lot of it, and it's very good. But it was done in a way where it expected to get to bookend on something. Which animation was treated? Yeah, you know, it's an industry problem. It is an industry problem, and then it is also just an animation industry problem. I had a conversation about this with a friend at last year's TFcon Toronto, who is, you know, was educated on animation and was, like, trying to figure out, like, is it worth staying in this country for that vocation? Yeah, that's part of the reason why I tend to get a little bit spitfire and kind of aggro about the mistreatment of especially the non-voice actor cast who work on these shows, because, like, their situations and their work are still important. Yeah, I still gotta watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I just always remember, and this is many, many years back, but I remember everyone who, like, all the animation industry talent who worked on the Green Lantern cartoon in the early 2010s, early mid-2010s, whenever that happened. And when that show got canned, it was Derek Wyatt and a bunch of other people. Their Twitter accounts basically went, like, they were inches away from collectively firebombing their way out of their own industry, where they were just like, nothing matters anymore. Like, this industry's dead, almost. Like, they didn't get that far, but they were all, like, the moment that show was confirmed dead, they were all just on main posting, like, this industry is a disaster. And, like, and some of them, the ones who were on the more older end at the time, very much sounded like they were just done. They were just gonna go find another parallel industry to jump to. Like, and they were just like, it's done. Like, this, whatever we had as an industry through the aughts into the early 2010s is over, kind of talk. And it seems like, you know, it's not all over, but it seems like whatever that structure was, either was so fragile that this was inevitable, or is also in a very dire state. I just always remember it was the Green Lantern crew. The weekend when they just friggin' lit up their Twitter mains with just like how done they all were with the industry. What that said to me is most everyone working on the Green Lantern cartoon at some point were under an understanding that they were likely getting at least a second season. And I don't know that for sure. Like I'm making a big assumption there, but like the sheer depression aggro that I saw on all their Twitter accounts, I always remember that feeling. I don't remember precisely what they said. I just remember that feeling where I was like, it's like, damn. Like, Akan Lord, being an animator in 2D seems like it can be very thankless despite how pivotal they are. And 3D, yeah, I was going to say, a lot of crew positions, that is it. Like, as an editor, you know, the editing position, classically, when an editor does good work, you don't notice it. That's why it's good editing. That also means it's very thankless. That's why I'm always very happy to go on and on and on about the edit, especially now when I could be editing something and someone might go like, not unjustifiably, oh, was that slop gen at all, or how did you do that? And I love that I can actually show them how I did it. By the way, what was the thing I was busy with last week? Did some work for one of my fave clients. There's a new non-F video up for the Bludgeon set. That was a fun edit. I've been trying to, on my YouTube videos as well, but especially for paid stuff, for freelance work, I'm trying to have it's all done manually by me, but I'm trying to have a much more like, I just do it as a piece of busy work that doesn't take much thought, audio pass on volume, mathematically. So I went through on that one and I cut a lot of clipping audio peaks, and I made the music rise in a bit whenever there was a long enough pause, like a notably long pause in the timeline. I remember back then I often said no one hates cartoons like Cartoon Network. I remember some of the Green Lantern folks seemed like they wanted to fist fight somebody at Cartoon Network. Is what I remember the tone sounding like. No one hates animation like Disney, the company built off... I mean, I think right now no one hates animation like Warner Brothers, the company that frigging sold off the Looney Tunes! Like, for the better, but... it's messed up! When Warner Brothers is like, these Looney Tunes, like... It's like, yeah, they're only, like, one of the single most iconic elements of your entire goddamn corporate identity for... nigh on nearly a century. I'm really like sloppily putting that statement together because I'm annoyed. But like, they have pretty much went like, oh yeah, Ketchup Productions. You can deal with if you really want to deal with these Looney Tunes, you can have them. You could have them. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, I was hyperbolizing off of some like, I'll call it a grumpy wave. It is, to me, it is almost on the level of selling off the Looney Tunes, if not entirely. Like it's ridiculous. The WB Discovery split reminds me a lot of what people said about the kind of companies that killed Toys R Us. Because to me, that split means, like, one of these two entities has been successfully drained of all of its blood. So now we're going to slice the carcass off of our meat form, so that in about a year we can point at it and say, look at that failed company. Boulder, the split is so Zaslav can sacrifice his... Okay, yeah, we're on the same page then. Yeah, it's one of those two is desiccated enough to be removed from the body. yeah, loading discovery with gazillions of... Yeah, it's the classic Bane Capital, whatever. I don't know the right words for it. I just know some of the names involved with that practice. It's why I think it is important to more than ever care about the names in the credits. The names in the credits matter more than the logos at the beginning of anything that you love. It sure feels like WB is doing the 80% bankruptcy speedrun. Yeah, that's the wild part, right? Because I don't think it's how do you put this? I think assuming that Warner Brothers is the desiccated corpse part is a really straightforward assumption to make, all things considered. Because, like, what is it? What do they have? What are they doing? Like, because right now the answer is kind of like, I don't know. They put out Superman and it's all right. It's like, yeah, I guess. Boulder, the term for what happened to Toys R Us is leveraged buyout. Thank you. Yeah, in fact, respect to the Master Key Grip. But no, I mean, like, I think it is a good practice. Like, if you love animation, right? And if you have the time, and, you know, it doesn't, like, give you anxiety or anything, like... If you watched a really good animated feature, or even episode of something, like, look at the names of the animators. Like, do you have to read them one at a time and commit them to memory? But, like, look at them, you know, read them, you know, quickly. Like, just pay notice to how many people made the thing happen. I think there's a lot of importance in doing that. That's why I get really excited when I sit through movie credits and there's no post-credit scene, because then I'm like, that's excellent. That means I actually just sat and looked at the credits and noted, and how do you put this? I noted the existence of all the people who worked on the film I just watched. I just feel like there's something important about that right now. Anyway, rip Micronauts. This also, I don't know how far this made it on Blue Sky, but the head writer did say that they laid seeds in... I haven't seen it yet, but he said that they laid little seeds in Season 2, specifically so if they got another season, they could just directly tie into Transformers canon with Micronus Prime and whatnot. So, apparently they were in on it enough to, like, you know, pivot towards the grand unity. Oh, I have to blow my nose, but I'm not going to make you listen. I'm going to mute. And disappear. Within reason, always feel free to get on my ass if I forget to do that. Because I was watching recently, because a new printing of it came out, and I wanted to refresh my memory, because it's my favorite board game I own that I haven't played. Because I don't have the room and I haven't found interested people. It's called Zaya Legends of a Drift System. It's like a big space sandbox game. And I watched this YouTuber do an unboxing of the all-in of the new print of everything that I already have. Because I wanted to remember what it looked like in the box. Because I don't know, it was like 3 a.m. and I was like eating a sandwich. Anyway, through the entire video, every minute to every 30 seconds, but like higher pitched, right? And then occasionally, and I was just like, this video is 40 minutes long! Like, and it's not a stream. I looked in the comments, at least 3 other people said it, where it was just like, all due respect, blow your nose! Yeah, Brian Goldner, even if, you know, even if he's a CEO-ass CEO and his pipe dream was stuff like the Hub, at least it's a pipe dream and not just like a pipe that you hook into a toilet, which is like the aspirations of Chris Cox. You know, how can we digest everything into sludge that we can like quickly ship to people who pay to put the sludge on their mobile game for a second? Anyway, that's it. Yeah, people are getting 86 Megatron in from BBTS, also from Toy Snowman. That's where Toy Guy got his. So I mean, his due date is September in all the pre-orders I've seen. So I'm sure, like this is actually just normal, right? Like they're showing up in warehouses now, so that people can find them on shelves in September. I wasn't able to get a pre-order in on him either, so I feel you, Cliff. I'm hopeful, because I'm going to the Cherry Bomb Toy Show next month, and also to visit my mom, and I'm really hopeful if I don't find him before then. I think it'd be really cool if I went to the Magic GameStop and just found one there right after I sold a bunch of toys, and I could just, like, buy them gleefully. Boulder, imagine being those guys who bought 86 megs for $1,000 from the black market like a month ago. Now, the thing is, though, I try not to think about that situation too much, because I'm like, I think maybe everyone involved was kind of a little, how do you put this? Having it coming. Like, when that situation escalated to one seller's telling one customer, no, don't take photos yet of the thing I already shipped to you. It's not part of the agreement! And it's like, I love that it's just out now, because it's the whole point, right? Like, that's the thing that, like, I lost patience for with that whole side of our fandom's conversations, is like, none of it matters! And in this case, in less than a season, none of it matters. Nobody cares anymore, no one remembers outside of, like, a goof and a laugh. It's all for nothing. It's like, that's one of the more, I guess, more nihilistic parts, I guess, of like the panel series and the mindset stuff I try to think about, where it's like, I'd rather put that energy into the parts of my hobby that matter more, I guess, which is like, well, I'd kind of like to pick one up. Like, I have ended up taking that to, like, some sort of irrational extremes where it's like, I don't even really get that much out of speculation anymore, just because I'm, you know, speculation can end at the drop of a hat the moment someone with a potato camera takes a picture of a prototype. And I always think about the friggin' animated, the Legacy animated Bumblebee Shoulders morning. Like, I don't know, that one just always made me really grumpy, because I was just like... By that afternoon, someone had taken a better picture of the shoulders, and I was just like, so? Was it worth it? Like, was it a satisfying morning? And like, I think some people have literally said yes, and it's like, that's cool, that's fine, I guess, but like... It's why, like, when it comes to early coverage pieces, I'm just like, as long as you're having fun doing it. That's the other part of the Megatron thing, that I was just like, nobody is having fun. Like, all of this, even the people having fun with the arm meme, they're like, there's this weird, like, sensation that somebody at the end of the chain is holding a gun to the back of someone's head. This all felt so forced. I don't know. The thing that's forced now is the force of my fists to everyone who got one when I could. Sorry, holding a blaster. Thank you for checking me on that. Actually, But no, Toy Guy has a fun week ahead because he got the Toy Snowman Megatron, so he got a Megatron from within Canada, and going off of Instagram, it looks like he got Onyx Prime from In Demand. So he's got like 2 fresh leaders, legally, to once again probably have a pile of people in his comments go like, "I see you have fallen to the level of stealing toys once again." Yeah, he ordered an Onyx in from the UK or wherever In Demand is. There was a funny... I forgot how much this was... There was a really funny angle on the Toy Guy, in fact, doesn't steal things, but we're mad anyway. Discourse. Because he at one point was like, I didn't steal it, I bought it from this store in, like, you know... Either they're in the UK or Australia. I forgot where In Demand is. I could probably just look this up, couldn't I? But, like, I think it was an Australian store he had ordered from. Because there was someone in, like, an Australian Facebook group who was like, this is the problem! These clout chasers, by saying the name of the store, it's gonna bring more clout chasers to buy out all of our Australian stock! And then none of us will be able to buy them! And it was like... there were a lot of ways to read that, which were all quite fun, but one of them was kind of like, you know, hey, I think you're overestimating. Okay, In Demand is UK. That makes sense because I saw UKers all talking about finding Onyx, or at least like knowing people who found Onyx of late. But I think this was an Australian thing because I had a mutual who was reading a Facebook group and then saying, like, as someone from the region, calm down and also stop typing. But it was like the opposite thing where it was like, so by saying the name of the store, now you have caused a different problem because all these internationals are gonna flood that store and they're gonna pillage the stock from this poor continent. And it was like, you're right, that's the plan. Actually, we're finally gonna get you. I am looking forward to Amalgamus because that just looks like a fun toy to me, for my tastes. Yeah, no, I don't think shipping a leader toy from the UK to Canada is like inexpensive. In Toy Guy's case, like, you know, if you can afford to do it, it is also, number one, I think it's become forgotten knowledge. The reason why a lot of us were buying stolen animated toys back in late 07 and early 08, it was not simply because it meant YouTube views. It was more importantly because we want them now. That was always Pia was the one who first said it. It was like, I have a comfortable enough career that spending an extra $30 to get this toy immediately because I want it now is like a treat I can do for myself. And it's like, yeah. It's like, I want it now. It's like, all right. Yeah, Amalgamus has a lot of like diaclonic aura that I dig. The bummer to me is whoever it was. I want to know who it was. Not because I want to yell at them. It's just like somebody at the SDCC panel has a problem with their phone camera. Like, you all must have seen, at least briefly, like that shot of the Amalgamus slide, but the color gradient was like wild, and then like the shot of Onyx, not Onyx, of Universe Razorclaw, where he had gold gradients on his legs and stuff. And I was like, once we saw the real photos, I was like, what's wrong with that guy's camera? Because also, this goes to everyone. This is me doing a little call out here. A lot of y'all need to learn how to turn your friggin' exposure down when you are taking a photograph of a projector in a lit room. Turn the exposure down. Like, turn the exposure down. It's not a big deal, but it annoyed me. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime. It's like the stuff, yeah, the Jada panel photos were freaking incomprehensible. The IMO, in my opinion, that is what that means. A lot of the folks who are snapping these photos, they have to have a phone with the little thing you go, boop, and that makes the exposure go down. It's in there somewhere. If it's an iPhone, it can do it ever since several years ago. I just think a lot of people don't know their phone can do that. That's fine. But, like, at a certain point over the panel photograph long weekend, I was kind of like, I was like, am I just, like, really smart? Anyway, it doesn't actually really matter. It's not a big problem. It's just it's one, you know, when you're that's what you're doing for your evening is like, I'm gonna look at these pictures, and eventually you're kind of like, if only. If only it didn't look like someone was pointing a flashlight at both the phone camera and the projector at the same time. The iridescent one, though, is fascinating, because, like, that means something, like, I have many theories, I don't really know for sure, like, you know, it could be, like, a very strangely cracked lens, it could be that their phone just took a bunch of bad falls in a really weird way and just has a messed up chip now. The iridescent one, I'm like, actually, you just take all the photos you want, I don't care, because your photos are art now. Toilet phone. Cliff, it would be great if I could distinguish these shapes. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, I appreciate the reporting either way. It's like, do whatever you want. It's just like, I'm, you know... It's the part where every single one of them, it felt like, was... I don't, let's take my phone, like... Okay. Like, with the Jada panel, I was imagining someone was like, excuse me! Could you turn the contrast down, please? I would like less contrast. Also, turn the room lights up a little bit more, please. Thank you. Let me rub some grease on this lens real quick. Like, or like, I don't know, maybe like a famous person sneezed on their phone and they were like, that's Scarlett Johansson's saliva. I'm not touching that. I'm selling this phone when I get back home. Maybe they did it on purpose to ruin sneak peek pictures. I thought about that a little bit. I was like, this is probably way too conspiracy brain, but it would be really funny if there was like this moment before one of these panels starts where like, everybody, if we could just have everyone make sure that you only take bad photos. Because we have a reveal video we're releasing right afterwards. And, you know, we are sending press packets digitally to all of our email lists, so you give them a chance. They couldn't make it. Rosetta, just like how only people with the same cameras for UFOs leak magic cards. Yeah, that's because when you little known fact: when you have a leaked magic card and you raise a camera to it, that actually spawns in a Pinkerton behind you. So the reason those photos are so bad is they're in the midst of being tackled, because no one ever expects it. Nobody expects the Pinkertons. There's some kind of Spanish Inquisition thing you can do out of that. I don't know. Guy takes pictures but edits them to be bad so they can go look at how bad these toys look. That used to be something that I overthought about way back in the day, when people would, like, how do you put this? If they really didn't like a Transformer, you kind of notice that every picture they take would be like of a really particularly awful pose, where it's like, this toy's terrible, and the toy's like lying on the floor holding a sword with its legs sticking out. And it's like, did you like slap the toy before you took the photo and wrote the review? Like, Alan Weaver, no, the more likely you are to get leaked MTG cards, the lower your quality camera is. So if you actually have a good camera, you'll never ever be able to leak MTG cards. It's the universal law. True. That is how karma works. I did feel this way a little bit, and I don't think this is like the reason, but like when there was sort of, I was talking to a friend of mine about how, like, with the big violent conversation about skeletal frame combination combiners and whatnot, that, like, part of the conversation was this sort of like this mix of, like, people suddenly it turns out suddenly a lot of people actually really love Combiner Wars, and it also turns out suddenly a lot of people actually really don't like Combiner Wars. As a Combiner Wars enjoyer, I noticed, like, sometimes people would be like, look at this horrible gangly thing, and it would be like a Hasbro stock photo, and I'd always be sitting there going, like, I know the point you're actually making, but, like, do we have to use the worst photos on the planet of these toys to make that point? Not to you know, not to pat myself on the back, but I can make any of those look good. I think some of the leaked prototype photos where they're all, like, you know, googly gangly and missing parts is like, the person who's taking the photo may not actually really care about the toy. They just know that someone wants to see it, so they're like, I don't know. Yeah, oh no, yeah, the Prima thing was that's an example of one of those speculative discourses that I just don't have patience for anymore, where it's like, you know, it's like 3 steps away from, like, this toy doesn't even look like it has a head, and it's like, it doesn't. You caught them. They've removed heads from Transformers. Like, that's I'm being a little bit unfair, right, to the existent nuance of that conversation that happened, but, like, sometimes it escalates to a point where it's like, well, if the head looks like this, and if the head doesn't look like this, and it's like, we've all made our point, so maybe, like, I don't know, let's just wait till we see the head. Head off. Yeah. Can't help but notice Hasbro. There's no head on this toy. Lazy. Did someone forget to... That's my other favorite. Did someone forget to design a robot head? Did somebody, forget to design a part of the toy? For spring and year, are you doing that because you're allowed to here? I had a funny Hawk Tuah conversation with a friend the other day. I can't remember the specifics of it, but... Oh! Okay. Look, I'm just double checking. I don't want to be the friggin', what do you call it? I don't want to be the... I was gonna say, and I realized, like, no, this is actually the opposite. I was gonna say, I don't want to be the Wendy's you go to when the Diaclone McDonald's throws you out. But, you know, technically, everyone wants... In that context, everyone wants to be the Wendy's, I guess. I did my time. To which, let me pivot that. Let me pivot that around. Let's go. Okay, now that I know these things, take two. So just because Lai is letting you do them, now you're just coming over here and you're doing them here too. Are we? Do we walk into someone's house just smoking a cigarette because someone else said you can do it here? Well, I guess, you know, everything is liquid, one way or another. It's not that. Let me peel back the layers of blowing vape smoke in their toddler's face. Cliff, there's a version of this where it's like, you can't repeal that law. I'll force you to put it back. Every 60 seconds. Yeah, bones are wet. It's messed up. I've seen bone marrow now, like live bone marrow, not cooked bone marrow. It's super messed up. Like, did you know, I'm sure some of you do, but did you know the bone marrow, the goop inside our bones, not outside, but the goop that's inside the bones, the, like the creamy core, it's like thick red paint. Living bone marrow. It's messed up. Like, if you could crack your own bones open and, like, lick the inside, would it be like cherry or would it be like tangerine flavor? Like, that's the bright red that's in there. We are paint. True. Well, no, it's goop. Well, I guess, well, okay, technically she was in chemo, but like even then, like when they pulled it out, surely. Like, it just didn't occur to me that, like, bone marrow would not be, like, you know, slurry gray, like it always looks like in food. And then I realized I had the actual cogs moving thought of, like, oh yeah, it probably looks like that because when I see bone marrow, it's cooked. There's a bit from my panels, by the way, that didn't make it into any of the recordings that I'm aware of when I was just working the room for a little bit. I think it was probably the morning panel. I can't remember. I think it was the morning panel. Anyway, I dropped the line on everyone, like, did you all know that your body contains exactly one heated and wet skeleton with a skull that you are never going to see in your entire life that's inside you? And I forgot how we got there, but it was like, you wouldn't steal a skeleton, and then I think it was something like that. Anyway, it led to the phrase like bone piracy, and then the panel had to start. It was a phrase, it was something like bone piracy. Because I was like, I'd steal a skeleton. I've stolen a skeleton. I pirate my skeleton. I only use torrents for my skeletons. Not a single goddamn legal skeleton in my person. You are legally allowed to own one skull. That's the thing, right? You can't see behind me. You would steal a bones. Locally sourced free. Hey, listen, some of my skeletons, they're even wet. Actually, that's really incriminating. Only the freshest skeletons. I saw a thing on Blue Sky recently. It was an artist thing that also reminded me, because it's something that was on Twitter way back, I think. When you twist your forearm like this, right? The two bones inside like flex and twist around each other. And if you can find them with your fingers, you can feel your bones twisting around each other. Messed up, man. Messed up. Yeah, I can feel it on this one. And, like, they never checked with me. They never told me that this should ask me first. I got a benign lump, too, right here. I need to get that. Actually, I have a standing order to get that scanned. I need to do that still. But I got a benign bump on my inner right wrist. It grew there over, like, slowly but surely and rapidly, and then just stopped. It's been long enough. Like, the doctor looked like physically messed with it and was like, you know, there's nothing wrong here. It's not like in pain. It's not numb. It's just it's a bone growth on my wrist. So I keep waiting for it to pop a claw like the Wolverine. But it's not. I mostly don't like it because it sticks out just enough that I have bumped it a few times and I've been like, ow! And my mom had one before her cancer stuff, so it was unrelated, I believe. But she had one where it was like, they did remove it because it was like a literal, like, glassy marble had, almost like a pearl and a clam, had, like, formed inside her hers wasn't on the wrist, I think it was on the thumb. And the messed up part, like, you know, maybe this is just me, is the if I remember right, see you later, Sideswipe Prime. They let her see it, but for like a second, and then like walked off and like you kept it, and it was kind of like, it was like, you know, that's mine. Wait, it's like, hey, it's mine. What? I want to see it. What? It's like that time, I won't get too gross about this, but it's like that time where I went partially deaf in one ear, and it turned out it was just a wax buildup. This is in, like, high school. So they used, like, the heated water squeezer to go, like, and, like, you know, water jet, or not jet, it's a manual pump, to, like, push water in to, like, clean the ear out. And I remember he, like, held up the catching bowl and was like, yeah, there it is. And I remember I almost went like, brother, bring it. Hang on a second. I want to see what was living with me for a while. I didn't get to. So I only remember this, just the color orange. That's all I remember. But like, no, they didn't show me because it wasn't Fanta. It was a lump. And the guy showed it to me for like half a second and then ran off. And I was like, I want to know the gunk that came out of me. Yeah, I want to see the gunk. And I was hung up on that for like a year. I was like holding this memory, the brief half second I saw of the wax lump that was ejected out, because I was like, that thing made me That thing was making me half deaf for like a month. I want to know what, I want to look at it and go like, you have been removed. You know, I want to have my moment of victory. Still a part of your brain. Yeah, I know it's, like, there's things that gross me out, so I get it. But like, I wish they would have asked me first, because I wanted to, if they had, I would have been like, no, dog, I want to know. I want to see the thing. Like, you know, if I had a, if you pull if you squeegee out a giant thing from my ear, show it to me. In fact, put it in my hand. I want to squish it. I want to give it the little, you know, I'm not gonna or anything weird. I'm not gonna eat it like a freak. I just want to. I want to give it the little, like, meep, meep. I want to know how solid it is, right? Has to take it home. It's your right. I didn't know what my rights were. I was in high school. I'm like, if they're worried I'm going to eat it, then, like, friggin' we have our rules, our session 0 conversation, you know? Like... It's like, okay, I'm not grossed out. I'd like to see it. Okay, but are you going to eat it? Dog, I put earwax in my mouth when I was 4, and it was not good. So I'm over that. No, like, I'm not going to disparage earwax enjoyers, but, like, I always remember the taste of my own earwax from when I was a toddler because it was so violently off-putting. That's one of those reasons why I'm like, no, telepaths, come for me. You'll have to get through the firewall of me bombarding you with the taste of earwax memories. Yeah, Akan Lord. I remember I was like, it's like, it was almost like the first time I had glasses, which was like in my 20s, my early 20s, and it's like this is what it's like to be Spider-Man, like. Hey, listen, I'm just saying, like, I've watched Babylon 5, alright? I'm ready if the Teep War begins. Number one, they should be my friends, because I don't judge them for their powers. But if they want to start something, they will have to navigate the nightmare of my own mental palace. Yeah, I get an ear thing every now and then, but, like, I got ways of playing with my head pressure. I squeeze the bit. I squeeze the muscles back here, not with my hands, but, you know, just whether or not you can do. I never know how to describe it. I just assume that some people can do it, some people can't. But, like, I do the little and then, like, you know, squeeze the muscles in the inside back. For Springen, you do owe it to lie to say, like, someone mentioned they want to eat earwax, and I said don't be so Diaclona chat coded. known chat environment where we embrace the eating of earwax. Also, I like the idea that you're like, hey, this is a classy place. Like, I don't think I'm all that classy. I mean, like, I was just talking about how much I wanted to see a giant lump of orange goop that was shot out of my ear. But to be fair, whenever I'm in Diaclona chat, I also am just kind of like, I'm firing from the hip when I'm posting in there, so... Firmly with a tongue... Are you saying this isn't earwax? That's the... That's the margin that we draw, right? Between bracket 1 and bracket 2 YouTuber chats. Is like... Idle question to the room. What's our take on eating earwax in here? And either people kind of go like, brother, or that your people are just like... there's a dress code, actually. That said, I probably should start winding down. So I'm one of the only people who watched the Sammy stream when Sammy was streaming live stream, alright? I was in there to witness the art. Oh no, Alan Weaver, you're the one of the only ones who listens to the dress code, and we appreciate the effort. Yeah, Cliff, I remember you were there too. Yeah, we witnessed the art. We knew it was up. Cowboy in the saloon. I got one question for y'all. Yuri! Do you give voices to chatters you haven't heard speak before? I do not, myself. Not, at least not, like, habitually. I think, like, if someone has a certain style of posting, like, eventually, if someone literally is constantly going, like, y'all ever drop trow and just laid a dunker on the floor? Like, eventually I'd start to apply, like, cowboy voice to them, probably. But I'm not at the... That's a brain type thing, isn't it? Like, whether or not... I don't know if brain type is the right word, but, like, that's one of those things that's not universal, is, like, if I read... For instance, if I read Mischievous Turtle, comma space, you know, do you give voices to the chatters that you haven't heard speak before? Like, I don't hear a voice saying it in my head, I'm just, like, reading it. I mean, it's harder to think about because I'm reading it and I'm also vocalizing it out loud for the sake of the stream. I gotta start chatting in cowboy tone now. Y'all know that y'all contain precisely one hot, moist skeleton inside your body. And worst of all, the skull, you ain't ever gonna see it. It's a damn shame. Downright chilling. You think about it too much. So I misread that, and I was like, anybody in here only got 3 bones in their body? Or is it just me? I mean, I guess sometimes, like, depending how, like, punchy tired I am, like, everyone starts sort of becoming, like, one of 2.5 accents if I'm just, like, talking to myself in the kitchen. My favorite, not to keep going on, but I guess this is an important topic. My favorite thing that makes me just laugh a lot, and I know that there's no way to describe it, is like, how do you put this? It's when someone, like, you know, if I stick up 2 pieces of toast in the toaster oven and hit the button, and I'm like, you're all about to see something It's gonna change all your lives, and then like try to reach for the peanut butter and just like, you know, knock over 5 things, and then just try to lean back on the counter like, oh, I don't know. You can imagine me as an 8. I got the symbols mixed up. And I was like, huh? 6 foot nonchalant. The way I speak is a little confused because I'm a Canadian, but also grew up in southern Germany partially. Yeah, I think, like, at least when I was younger, like, my constant visits to Germany, like, didn't affect my speaking so much as I think, like, I know it affected just a couple little things, because I used to get made fun of in elementary school for saying washroom instead of bathroom. And then I was also told that it's because I went to Germany, and so I was saying it the European way. Which back then didn't make much sense to me, and it probably still doesn't either. Well, no, when I see German words, yeah, I just assume German, but also I like doing it because no one else does. Wir springen. It's like how I like to say Volkswagen, because that's the word! You know, in a world where people love to talk about their Volkswagen, I feel like it's my responsibility to put Volkswagen out there, much like I try to put Zeitgeist out there. How do you say this word? Porsche. I say it Porsche. How do you say ninja? Well, ninja, I'm a little affected by growing up in the era of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Well, that's just a whole lot of extra consonants you got there. But Volkswagen is because it's Volkswagen. Me playing Super Robot Wars OG, trying to pronounce every mech with a German name. It's all of them. Yeah, I had fun with that game. Because I was like, oh, it's Außenseiter. It's the Weissritter. Yeah, it's straightforward. I think there was a narrow thread I did not walk in the timelines where I could have ended up saying ninja, but I wasn't into the right stuff when I was heavily taking Japanese classes in high school. I am still really hung up on the fact that it is Blood Stark, though. Like, that's an immovable wall. That's just where, like, we have an ideological divide between me and a whole bunch of other people. Weissritter is one of my favorites because the box has an S set, and one of my friends was like, hey, what's the Wib Ritter? Yeah. Wasn't it EI, though? It was like, what's the Weeb Ritter? That's what they call me. Deploy the Weeb Ritter! Friggin', was it one of those, what were those little, oh, they were in the Vogue for a little while. There's, what were they called? Those little, like, oval robots. They were in, like, a billion different colors. It's like one of those just wrapped in Super Robot Wars logo stickers. So I had a weird thing with Toy Guru many years ago at New York Comic Con about this, because I would pronounce that Dickstein, right? And Toy Guru's name is Scott. It's Scott. Is spelled to me Scott Niedlich. And so I just said, I'm here with Toy Guru Scott Niedlich. And he was like, oh no, it's Nightlick. And I was like... But doesn't my way sound nicer? And then he went on to go like, no, it's easy. It's like night and lick. Night lick. And I was like... And I get it, but it was like the really leaning in on the thing. It's like, no, it's like the words night and lick, and I'm like, I'm aware. I'm highly aware. And I feel like I'm going to forget to do the interview if I continue this train of thought, so I kind of just tried to move past it. And ask him 14 times when he's going to do Frank Langella Skeletor. It's like when people try to say Leipzig. Yeah, it's Leipzig. Is Steen? Yeah, Stein is Steen. Like in K-12, as a Rammstein fan, I would constantly get the people who would go like, "You listen to Rammstein," and like, as a much less empathetic teenager back then, I would just like recoil and go like, "What?" But I think it is just a very common like way of pronouncing that Westernly. The main thing with German is I can't. My problem with languages is I can only think in English. So I mean, I don't know if that is the reason, but like I just have a lot of trouble getting phrases out in other languages on the fly, even when I'm like really, knees deep in a class for them or something. But reading them out loud, I can usually do pretty easily. Like if I go, let me go grab some, I don't know, some German. In before goes to grab random German. Uh-oh, didn't content check. Don't worry, I will. This is all proverbs. I just want a paragraph block. Problem is nowadays I feel I need to be very careful when I see a block of German text and I don't understand it right away. It's of all the friggin' fashy weirdos who are like, Sturm. I'm from the Sturmwaffen. It's like, you sure are, pal. Okay, here we go. So my best friend, mein bester Kumpel. Let me pull this over. I do not know this website I'm pulling it from. So if something strange happens, then, like, please let me know. But I'm just going to read this paragraph. I'm not going to look at the English translation. I'm just going to read this paragraph. Because I can do this very well, I just don't actually know what I'm saying, is the big issue, right? So I can go like, mein bester Kumpel heißt Brian. Ich kenne ihn seit wir zusammen im Kindergarten warten. Er lebt nur ein paar Blocks die Straße runter und wir sehen uns jeden Tag in der Schule, ob jeder jetzt in einer Klasse ist. Aber wir sehen uns auf dem Schulhof, um mit ein paar anderen Freunden Fußball zu spielen. Oder wir essen zusammen in der Mensa. Brian ist sehr gut in... Actually, don't know this one. Mathe. Und wenn ich Probleme mit meinen Hausaufgaben habe, dann zeigt er mir immer, wie es geht. Ich glaube, er ist schon actually, I always have a problem with schon. Er ist schon ein ziemlich guter Lehrer. Nachmittags spielen wir oft Minecraft. Das ist immer total lustig, da wir den gleichen Humor haben. I don't know why that is written that way. Er spielt auch Geige im Schülerchester. Ich applaudiere immer besonders laut, wenn sie auf Schulfesten spielen. Ich hoffe, dass er niemals in eine andere Stadt zieht. Imagine joining the stream just now. I mean, that would be great. But yeah, I am not bad at just sight reading German. The problem is that when someone says, "Oh, what did you say?" I go like, I have no idea. Like I know a couple words here and there. And then the same thing happens with Japanese. Is when we did our high school trip to Japan, we went to one of our sister cities and had to read a speech for the mayor. And so I read mine, and my whole trick was just like, I wrote mine out in Romaji, so I just was reading it phonetically for the most part. And I was complimented afterwards, "Damn, you speak good Japanese." And then when we went to another sister city to do another speech to a mayor, the person who was the classmate who was going to do the speech had an anxiety attack and was like, I can't do it. And so I was just like, "I'll do it." I said, "I'll do it, but did you write it in Romaji?" And they said, "Yeah." So I picked it up and I just did the speech, sight read the speech in Japanese off Romaji. And again, they were like, "Wow, your school is great at teaching this." And then the whole time I was just like, in my head, I don't know a single thing I just said. I just was really good at saying it confidently and pronouncing it more or less correctly. But most of my German stuff is off of songs I like. So I'm always the one who's being the whatever the German Orewa poser. Whenever a Rammstein song is in a karaoke machine, but it's the fake English lyrics, I'm the friggin' whatever the version of a weeb is for German, who like goes like, "Stop the machine!" I just want you all to know specifically, these lyrics are wrong. Yeah, I mean, Japanese is also a very, at least my take on it has always been, it's a very logically structured language. So, like, it's not impossible, if you know enough vocabulary, and you know how Japanese sentence structure is supposed to work, it's not impossible to kind of string together enough phrases to get by as a tourist. It's also why, in the cases specifically, the content farmers who like were going to Japan being nuisances, I was like, especially some of you Twitch streamers, you have the resources to string together the words to at least not be an absolute ulcer on the populace of the city street. But I try to like check myself because people learn languages different ways. It's when it's also like, I also want to be everyone's problem. It's like, at least learn a couple phrases then. Like, Oh, it really is Germanophile? So is that like I'm being a... it's like I'm being a germebe? A gerb? I'm Germa? Really? Damn. Explains everything. Where's my money? Oh, yeah, no, I mean, Yoda-esque is not... yeah, that's... I don't think it's too reductive. Like, you know, I don't think you'd want to necessarily, like, just look a Japanese person in the face and go, like, you're Yoda language. But, like, yeah, that's also why I got a lot more respect for localization and subtitling, because, like, dramatic pauses, especially in, like, Japanese children's television, right? Dramatic pauses can be taken in a much different way. Because they're not going like, and your name is Jimmy. It's more like, and Jimmy is your name. And I think it's interesting that, like, the information the listener is getting at the dramatically doled out pace is slightly different than how you would receive it with, like, a Western language. It's not like, you know, oh, the meaning of poetry has changed forever. It's like, it's flipped, kind of. But I think it's an interesting thing to think about. Oh, I'm always real bad at actually knowing what passive voice is when someone isn't just pointing at it for me with a giant arrow. So I'm not sure. That's a good question, though, Long. I'm actually not sure. Boulder, I saw one of those TikTok creators in Osaka. They set up their camera, danced for a minute silently, packed up, and moved somewhere else. I mean, that's the ideal, though, right? Is that, like, they're doing their bit. Unless they set up and, like, took up, like, you know, 20 square feet or something, I guess. But... you know, if they're just you know, doing their thing, yeah, all power to them. Like, I know it's a thing to go to film people filming themselves where they have an earphone in, so they're just dancing silently to nothing and then, like, walking off, and they're like, "What's this dystopia?" But I'm like, of all, like, you know, and this is specifically for the ones who are, like, keeping their personal space to themselves while they do so, right? I feel like of all the things to label as, like, aspects of a dystopian society, that's, like, one of the like, imagine a world where, like, people just break out dancing by themselves for, like, 30 to 40 seconds, just on the spot, in their little circle. There's, like, just doing their thing, and then they just move on. I'm like, I wouldn't mind. Like, if it wasn't for a stream or for a TikTok or something, if they were just doing that, you know, I'd be like, whatever. Yeah. Friggin' dance. Yeah, let's yeah. Because I've seen people go, like, so dystopian. I'm like, no, it's just weird. But, like, dystopian would be, like, you know, people, like, I don't know, grabbing you by the jaw and going, like, have you considered your mortality? And then it's, like, moving on. Like, that, I think that would be a little bit freakier. As long as your passive voice, the car was driven by me. Active voice, I drove the car. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It sounds like something you do. Only to people who deserve it. Okay, that's different. That's. Hey guys, I don't usually like to have to make videos like this, but I just want to say, when I grabbed that guy by the jaw and screamed in his face that he is mortal, buy my new merch drop. But yeah, I think folks who just kind of, like, dance and then move on, I'm like, hey, let's do it. By the way, that code is in fact Van Jubilee. Use the code VOXIC Oh. So I was like, Voxic Vocipitran? What's that for? It's Voxic Vocipitran. Just casually revealing accidentally to my audience that I in fact am on the Voxic Vocipitran. Listen, it's good for my back, alright? Might buy a shirt that just says, consider your mortality. Now that's if, I feel like I must say this. I don't think that will ever be, I don't think that our little, Transformers circle at least, this wider, I don't think it will ever get to the point where this is necessary, but it's like when the fandom you're in gets real bad and you're going to a convention and you know you will see friends and loved ones, but you have to be prepared. And you just walk out there with the shirts that consider your mortality. I should remember consider your mortality for the TTRPG stream tomorrow, though. That's a good phrase. You think you have a future here? You think you can pursue the championship? As though you even matter! Consider your mortality. It's like when Homestuck cosplayers threw buckets at each other. I was there, I remember. Holy moly. What time is the stream tomorrow? It is at 3 p.m. Eastern, which is noon Pacific. I will post on Blue Sky when it's happening, too. I usually just post both links, because it's youtube.com/D20live and twitch.tv/D20live. Also, check out the Pathfinder game I was on. I think it's called the what's it called? Look up the word. Fan Module 2025. The Fan Module 2025 was also my first time ever playing Pathfinder, and I played as a precon character, and Paizo in 2016 wrote the worst bio I've ever seen for a character. It circled around the sun and it was hilarious, so I just kept referencing it. But it opened with the phrase, almost word for word, born to a dead mother amidst despair and screaming. And the character was like a 27-year-old dark elf wizard who wanted to pursue vengeance against the two fathers who betrayed him, because he was imprisoned from age like 20 to 27. So I just kept playing him as though he was like, I've lived a long life. You know, a lot of you probably haven't seen as much as me. I'm 27 years old, and I was born to a dead mother. And I played it as like the threat, the roleplay experience threat was like, if we didn't move along, I think at one point I just said my character is approaching the company with the clear threat in the air that he is going to talk about his backstory. I want to find that paragraph. I don't need to drag this on so much, but like the paragraph was so funny. And I don't know Paizo for nothing. I just know people like Pathfinder, and Pathfinder's fine. It's just I was like amazed that like this was a printed thing in a piece of paperwork. Oh, right. This was the This has his quote, his tech spec quote. That was my character. His quote is, I will have riches and influence. I will have respect and fear. But most of all, I will have revenge. Where were the pre-build things? What was the thing I was looking at that whole time? It's so funny. Sorry, not a wizard. He was a magus called Seltliel. Nothing personal, kid. Oh my god, he has a wiki page! Okay, yeah. Alright, I will read this out loud to you and then I'll be done. I'm gonna read you his backstory. By the way, his quote, I will have riches, I will have whatever, that was almost word for word the final paragraph of his bio that is right next to it. Okay. Born from a dead mother, amid screams and disgrace, this sickly half-elf would never have survived had he fallen into his stepfather's waiting arms. In a cruel trick of fate, his half-sister's tears stole the infant Seltliel's chance for a mercifully short life. The bastard son of the duped lady Thyora Barostra and the brigand sorcerer Laersaf, the so-called Thane Prince of Cheliax's Whisperwood, Seltliel was never meant to survive. Through guile and illusion, the Iovann was conceived as a living disgrace to the sonless Brostra family, stern, martial-minded traditionalists who had long hunted the woodland bandits. The tragedy of his wife's death in childbirth, compounded by the dashed promise of a male heir, nearly drove Lord Grand Brostra mad, and only his daughter's sobs stayed the Lord's blade. That's the tears saving his life. For the next 12 years, a continuing river of tears ensured the young bastard's life. Raised by his sister Ciora, young Seltliel lived a humiliating fiction. In words, he was Lurt, an adopted waif who lived in the light of the Brostra's boundless charity. Why do I keep hearing Evanescence? I was literally quoting an Evanescence song once. Anyway. In the truth whispered from servant to mocking lord, though, he was living proof of Lord Brostra's failure as a husband, a lord and a man. Keenly aware of his family's disgrace, Lord Brostra frequently reminded his wife's son of his loathing with beatings and broken bones. 2 weeks before Seltliel's 13th birthday, with the bedridden youth already nursing a thrice broken arm, a drunken and enraged Lord Brostra rampaged into the bastard's attic room. The boy could scarcely fight against the burly lord and took a fierce beating before reflexively lashing out, catching the unsuspecting lord below the waist. The boy's blows sent Lord Brostra stumbling backward and tumbling down the steep attic stairs. Seltliel stared at his stepfather's unconscious body in terror. Without a word to his sister, the bloodied and crippled half-elf fled into the Whisperwood that night. Also, by the way, Seltliel, his name means something insulting too. This goes on for a long time, but so basically, I found out there was a spell I could cast for free called something, I always mispronounce it, Prestidigination? Prestigial... Anyway, let me do parlor tricks for free. So I had him constantly throw packs of playing cards into the air, like, not literal packs, that would have been probably funnier, but like, he was like throwing playing cards into the air, because he's like, life is like a pack of cards and I'm the Joker. And then, like, we found a cemetery with a gravedigger who was like a bird lady, and so like Seltliel was like fixated because he's like, cemeteries! That's where death dwells! And I know a lot about death. I think the first thing I say, because I went to look at the VOD, the first thing I do when we're in, like, the wagon going into the town, I was like, I did this pose. Wait, like this? Yeah, I was like this. And I was like, and that's all I said. Like, yeah, the friggin' like, I know a lot about death and disgrace. I was born to a dead mother, amid screams and disgrace. And then Mike was playing the wagon driver, Caligari, as like, I know! Stop telling me about it! You told me about it for 6 hours! I don't want to hear about you being a bastard and your mom being dead before you were born somehow. It was really fun. So I'm always trying to get away from my habits, because my habit, whenever we do a TTRPG thing, I realized, is I just turn into, I turn into Meathead Ace Rimmer. So I just start, doing like giant himbo dumbass, which comes to me naturally. But I was trying to do more like, with this one, I was trying to roleplay not the character, but I was trying to roleplay the player of the person who would have written that backstory. And I was like, isn't that a thing I've heard about on, like, YouTube channels about funny subreddit stories, where you got the person who's like, they aren't there to partake in a communal storytelling session. They are there because they really want to make sure everyone tells them how good the backstory is that they wrote. And that's kind of was like my modus operandi for that character portrayal. So I'm trying to make sure that, especially for salary mankind, I'm like, I gotta not go into just, again, like, meathead himbo, as is my default. I need to remember I'm playing, because he is the 9-to-5 nihilist. He is a salary man whose goal is to bring everyone down to his level of a complete lack of self-worth. That we are all, in fact, cogs. And people who strive for victory and strive for even championships are fools, and I'm going to save them by beating them to death, thus teaching them that they shouldn't have had so much hubris. That's I'm trying to get that character in it. When we were doing the Star Wars thing, that was for a couple sessions, Kill Vader, I was trying to play, I was playing a droid who is absolutely certain he's actually a clone trooper from whom a Sith transferred his brain into a droid's body. And I told the GM basically, like, I don't actually have an answer to whether that's true or not. I don't really want to, like, be concrete on that. So I would always have to, like, build up for every session to try to remember my, like, clone trooper who is a droid whose old voice. And I'd always end up going, like, horrible accent time. Going, like, Star Wars! Star Wars! And then, like, I'd get on the call going, like, Star Wars! Hi, everyone. I'm ready for the session. I am very much an enjoyer of the performative communal storytelling side of TTRPGing over the mechanics. So I put an undue amount of time to, like, oh, I gotta make sure I'm representing the character. I gotta show my DM this party. What are my spells again? Because I'm a magus, so I was able to, like, put magic into my sword and hit people with it, and I was like, even that, I know it's a mechanic in this game, but, like, even that where I'm like, I'm not a wizard. I'm a magus. I take my magic and put it into my blade so I can use it. The way of the blade! And I was like, this is so friggin' 14-year-old me going, like, there should be a stormtrooper who uses the Force and has a lightsaber that's just 6 lightsabers duct taped together so he's cool. But it was also neat to play Pathfinder after hearing so much about it. I've still actually never played 5th edition D&D. I played 4th edition once when it was new at a PAX. Again, with a friend who was a very good DM, so I didn't have to worry about the mechanics. I just said, I want to be a halfling with a laser, if possible. And so he's like, you could be a halfling paladin who has a daily that is, when you boil it down, it means that once a day you shoot a giant god laser. And I was like, I'm down. So one of these days I want to play Fiasco. That still seems like it'd be fun. Yeah, I thought 4th Ed was, I mean, like, my approach to TTRPGing means that when people have, like, opinions on mechanics and deliveries, I'm usually just, like, nodding, because I'm like, I'll play whatever, because I just trust the GM to make it work. Because, like, the 4th ed, 5th ed thing, I've always been like, so 4th ed is the one that was kind of like an MMO combat system, is what I was told. And then 5th ed is the one that's just like, that's what D&D is now. And it's the one that everyone wants to play because it's kind of the one that's everywhere, and so I understand when I know some folks who kind of start to, like, clench teeth about 5th ed. Personally, I wouldn't, because I'm just like, whatever, but I get it. Like, so someone made the point to me that, like, the biggest annoying thing for them about 5th ed is just that people always want to, like, contort custom modules to fit into it, when sometimes what they're doing is the long way around to kind of inventing a system that already exists in another book. And I'm like, I mean, that makes sense, but, like, you know, you're well-read, so you're... Just tell them, like, hey, if you want an easier way to do this, like, there's this system that does that already, but, you know... If they put in the work to make the thing fit in the box, and I'm like, hey, as long as the GM's good. Like, all those horror stories on the subreddits, it always sounds to me like people who are there for different reasons than like, the collective group at the table are not all there for roundabouts the same broad reason. And that results usually in the issue. I mean, yes, in scheduling, like, even as someone who likes to idly play TCGs with people, in the flesh, that's also the final boss in a lot of cases. Speaking of which, the place near me I was checking out where I like the vibe, they got a big Flesh and Blood group, so I might try to actually play Flesh and Blood again, because not having people who were interested in it near me was like kind of the cap on it. And then this store specifically told me, oh yeah, we got, like, you know, 15 to 20 people sometimes, and it's all pretty friendly and casual. And I was like, you said the magic C word that makes me even more interested in TCG groups. Uh-oh. Now I really want to see what the vibe is like. Oh yeah, and like, I'm a friend of isekaiing, because also that's like Mike does that constantly. Like, a lot of D20 Live stuff, you know, involves a level of, like, also, you know, one of the big villains, there's an isekai factor going, like in our Pendragon game that we do once a year. What was it? One of my favorite things, and sadly I hadn't actually watched the show yet. I still haven't. But the one that Bill Cipher is from is we had a Bill Cipher appearance, and I did a successful orate roll at him, and I had this string of dressing down insults I used, and I think the last one was calling him an inconsiderate shape. It was a good time. But also, yeah, isekaiing the DGP into something, like, totally works. Because one of the best parts of the DGP is, number one, like, well, what I'll say is one of the best parts, narratively, as a toy to play with, is, like, in my mind, you can just pick an era of DJP DGP where, like, the management is incompetent. So they might just, like, you know, what if the DGP had, like, a really terrible showrunner one year who just was like, I don't know, man, just go here. I don't know. It's just like, throws a bucket of buckles out, goes like, I want to fight. I want to edit the fight scenes. It's a big yellow safety plastic tub of buckles, and just goes like, Bleh! Throws it over the edge of the floating, you know, the thingamadoo that they're in. So handle it. Gravity. Take it easy, Carno. Who's this Sephiroth-looking dude? That is my Pathfinder character I portrayed in a stream about a month ago. His name is Seltliel, and He was born from a dead mother amid screams and disgrace. A sickly half-elf who would never have survived had he fallen into his stepfather's waiting arms. In a cruel trick of fate, his half-sister's tears stole the infant Seltliel's chance for a mercifully short life. Yeah, you want to be a common rider? Go get it. Go get it. That's the one. Like, I think Geats is it's just long enough. But Geats as a setting for narratives, I think there's a version of it where we just like get another season that's just more showrunners, because like Geats fictional showrunners. I won't elaborate too much, but like the showrunner shifts were like some of my favorite tonal jumps, and I was like, you could just do this for a bit, to be honest. Like, you could just really dress down in a very, you know, unsubtle way the entirety of reality television. Take a shot every time he talks about his backstory. You'll be dead before he finishes. Dead? Like the mother that I was born from amid screams and disgrace. That was a bit I kept doing, by the way, if I remember right, during the session, is if, like, death came up heavily, he'd be like, dead? Heh. I know a thing or two about people being dead. My mother was dead before I was born! It was one of my favorite things to say, because it doesn't make any sense! But it's right there in the opening sentence of his freaking story. Like, I know a version of how it makes sense, but it's like the way they write it is so... Whoever this poor person at Paizo who wrote this, it's so sledgehammer dumbass that, like, it sounds like the mother was never alive, and you're just like, well, how what? This is longer than the version I read was about 40% the length of this. Yeah, in the half-elf's 23rd year. They made a daring... Yeah, so he was imprisoned at 23. And then in 4707, Seldiel was released, cold and determined. He walked from Egorian to Westcrown, murdering 2 thieves met along the way with arcane fire, using their twice-stolen coin after his thrice-broken arm. He bought passage on a ship with no clue as to its destination. He would kill his fathers. He would have revenge. But first, he would have power. And there's a lot that the shortened version just left me in a bit of a daze on, because I'm like, so he was born to a dead mother and has 2 fathers, both of whom he wants to kill. How does one spell that name? It's Seltliel, I think. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, apparently this guy's in a bunch of books. He's also in a Vampirella one-shot. I scrolled to the bottom of his wiki page. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted again. On the 4th of April 2018, he appears in Worldscape Vampirella one-shot. Of course he does. Oh, right, also, the nature of his dark magus powers is literally, he hears voices. So I'm like, that's why I went so far as to, like, just making him the Joker. Because I was like, so this guy was born to a dead mother, wants to kill his 2 fathers, was imprisoned for his 20s, and gained dark powers because now he hears voices. and wants more power. And I was like, this is totally the kind of guy that, like, in the meta party, you know, whoever who was sitting next to him would want to, like, change seats with someone for session 2, and eventually by session 4, everyone's sitting on one side of the table, the GM's on the side, and then the opposite side is the Celtiel player. Why does he have an F on his chest? Oh, I never noticed that. Also, is that like just a no, that's a stick. Okay. I thought that was like a tiny, like, severed leg sticking off his belt. He's one of the icons. Every time I hear about them, they always sound so ridiculous. I was presented with this, I was just told this is a pre-con character, so I was already surprised there was lore. So I was like, oh good, it's even less for me to think about. But then I was reading it, I'm like, there's actually more for me to think about. I also don't know what the green vial on his hip is. Imagine this being someone's diehard favorite character. I'm really hoping that, like, you know, because I don't talk about TTRPGs that much. I'm hoping there isn't, like, you know, amongst the viewership, you know, like a big-time Pathfinder fan who's like, Celtiel's like my favorite character in all of fiction. I'm just sitting here going like, this dumbass over here with his... Because, I mean, I was even late, like... his shirt being opened down to, like, a bodice. Like, it's so freaking stupid. You know, when I was in prison, I got pretty fit. Lifting rocks while I heard the voices. But the green vial is the remains of his mother. And this drink down here? This drink is made from my dead mother, from whom I was birthed. Some person has a poster on their wall. Listen, I unironically think Sephiroth is fun entirely because he has big silver hair and a giant sword, so, like, I get it. Like... When Advent Children came out and I bought the DVD and watched it on my new HD television, and I was like, you know, watching the big fight scene with the heavy metal version of One Winged Angel, I was like, I can't believe they looked in my dreams and made a scene from my imagination. Did you revisit it with Advent Children complete? I did not. I don't think I've actually looked at Advent Children in a long time. Once again, can you tell I have not been streaming as much because I'm clinging to the stream like this. I'm going to play the music. Hell with it. I'm playing the goddamn music. I'm even presetting the volume. Wait, I hear them. The voices. The ones that tell me, hey, thanks for watching the stream. We had a good time. My Solus Prime works. The little rotating panel came off a couple times, but that mostly felt like because I didn't know it rotated. Truck mode was solid. I don't know what to tell you. Red Alert is great. I'm glad I got him for on sale because I feel like a bigger winner. Anyway, I'm going to catch you all later on. Be sure to check out D20 Live's Worldwide Wrestling session stream. That's happening tomorrow/today. Sunday, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Do I need to say the Central? It is 2 o'clock Central. Come on by if you can. They also keep their VODs up on the YouTube channel under the live tab. I will yell on Blue Sky when we're doing that thing. And, yeah, I will catch you all later. So, just remember that when you were born to a dead mother amid screams and disgrace... Clip the highlights. Remember, you can clip the highlights.
Ah!
Let them come.